Hello everyone and welcome to today's stream. I hope you're all doing well. It's Saturday. It is time to try to finish Esoteric Ebb. It's been a kind of, the game's really enjoyable, but it is kind of getting to the point where I guess part of the problem is I'm trying to be completionist about it, and I'm trying to complete as many of the side quests as possible. Some of them we're kind of locked out because of previous decisions, but I want to just there's like 2 side quests I want to finish that are also kind of time locked. One of them, if I recall, has to be done at dusk, and the other one has to be done at like after midnight. Also, both of them actually happen at the Viskin's place. So yeah, the problem here is we need to waste time in the game, and since we've run out of hit die, which allow us to do short rests, like wait an hour, I'm gonna have to just do some dialogue and probably speak out the dialogue, and hopefully let time pass through that. So yeah, that's the plan for today. If we can get through these side quests, I'm hoping they're not going to take too long. We'll see. I hope to then trigger the ending. Basically, we're going to go into the pillar. And again, I don't know how long that'll take, but it did warn us that was the point of no return. Once we do that, we're doing the ending. So, but yeah, let's see how far we get and how far my voice will. Because if I'm going to be talking a lot, I think it'll be mostly dependent on how much I can endure with talking. But again, honestly, this game, I have to say, is a masterpiece. Like, again, I've seen comparisons with Disco Elysium. It definitely does take some inspiration from it, but I think on its own, it's pretty brilliant. Like, it's pretty, it uses D&D mechanics. The world building's great. The characterizations are great. The writing is top notch. Really feels like you're playing in a world, but you're also playing in a campaign, and you could screw things up. You could do some really silly stuff, which I really enjoy. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, so we're in the Pillar Crossing. The time is, you can see on the bottom right, 6:31. We're waiting, we need to get to 19, it's basically 7 o'clock, so 19 o'clock. So we need to waste about 29 minutes. I had some thought about where we could do that, and the first thought I had was we had some conversations in the inn, or not the inn, the tavern. We could just blab with some people and see how that goes. We did just give the musician lady a new instrument to play with. You actually hear the new music now. Let's see. Oh, the scholar is here. Senor. I think he's off work now, so I don't know if there's any conversation to be had here. He's drunk. You see a tiny man sitting on a tall chair, a glass of something strong clasped in his hands. My dear officer of the law, he slurs with a mischievous glint in his eye. What a glint? Pain. He clumsily nods, almost spilling his drink. You enjoying your evening? No. He almost spits out the word. That's sad to hear. It is not unreasonable to not enjoy an evening such as this. He leans a bit too far to the left and almost falls off his chair. Anyway, come. Partake in the nectar of the gods, or at least what passes for it in this establishment. So, we find ourselves on the precipice of this grand experiment in democracy. He takes a big sip. What will you vote for, officer? Oh, I love this question. Don't get him started, the goblin mutters behind you. Asgilists. Oh. Ah, the workers, the heart and soul of our city. But rule? Can they truly rule? Or will they simply become the new face of an old tyranny? Democracy is a delicate dance, my friend. When the music stops, who's left without a chair? The workers' paradise is a noble dream, but dreams can sometimes turn into nightmares, especially when power gets involved. That is true. It is worth noting that this guy, I think we asked him before in his office, like who he was voting for, and he is more on the leaning toward the Asgilists. You're the ultimate authority on what it means to be an Asgilist. 100 XP. This gnome sure can talk. He is very inebriated. But now, since you are the carrier of law in this here city, a good question would be, what is law? Oh, we're gonna have this debate? Oh, gods. To carry such a burden of holding the law, would it not be fair to ask what it is? Think about it. Your answer will matter. Your choice could change the world, good knight of earth. Cleric of the bourgeoisie. Oh no. Law is power, those who wield it decide order. Law is peace, it is to keep chaos at bay. Law is tyranny, it is oppression of those below. Law is whatever the hells I say it is. Don't know, what do you think law is? I could ask Snell too. I could ask Snell, why not? Whatever Lady Sagely says. That's a cop-out answer. I don't know. Let's ask this. The gnome nods. In fact, he nods so hard his face hits the table. I can't speak today. You hear him snoring softly. Party's over. Thank the gods. Can I wake him up? Let me see here. No. That's the end of that conversation. Okay. And there's this goblin supremacist, but I don't think we can ever... Oh, can I? Oh, we already did all the things with him. Okay, yeah. We're done. We're done with him. So, the only people we haven't really... We interacted with the Asgilist over there. But they're this wannabe nationalist gang that's hanging out here. We could like talk with them a bit. He avoids looking at you actively. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe there isn't a conversation to be had here. He glares at you. Well, I guess we're only able to talk with Rollo here. An angel, really? She wasn't weird. She had eyes, like glowing eyes, but actual eyes. And she wasn't floating? She wasn't floating, not always. So she could float. She talked to you? Yeah. Why? That's a good question, Sten, but, like, actually, why would you ever think about talking with a celestial? I'm just going to keep listening here. The lanky boy snaps his finger and a bit of a spark appears. Let me start from the beginning, okay? Rollo crosses his arms. Go ahead. I was at the palace, around those fancy mansions apartments. And before you ask, my great-aunt lives there. Right. She was the old lady who was in the newspaper, Astrid Timberholm. Oh yeah, I read about that. She lived with mimics for a whole year, didn't she? Yeah, whatever. I'm telling the story here. He gets ready to speak. After visiting Auntie Astrid, I walked across Micah Park and I was like, snapping my fingers. And I heard her ask me for a light. I turned around and saw her sitting by the pond. This, celestial girl. White dress, glowing eyes, really, really good looking. Slowly holds up his palms. Whatever floats your boat, man. She asks if I was a wizard. I say no, obviously. But she holds out one of those Region tobacco sticks. So I light it with a, he says, and snaps with his fingers, setting up a little flame into the air. We talk for a bit, you know, just small talk. Was she nice to you? No? Yes? I don't know. What kind of question is that, Sten? Jesus. We talk, she smokes her stick. When she's done, she asks me to burn the stump. I do, like in a cool way too. I really nail it. Then what? She walks away? Yeah, but she also says like, hey thanks, I'll see you around. The three other boys look at him in silence. Nissa looks at each of them. What? That's good, right? That's practically like asking for a date. Look, she was a transcendental energy girl made of pure light. Rollo pats him on the back. You were a shipyard boy. Just wasn't meant to be. Sten looks your way and says, Oh, hello, cleric, sir. Rollo jolts, realizing you've been standing there for quite some time. Hey, you've created a scene. Boys aren't drinking, are you? We're in a tavern. We have crowns. Stembuskin starts looking around like a lost child. He then leans over the Tolly and loudly asks, We're allowed to drink, right? Tolly nods and gives him an okay sign. The cutoff age is 16, isn't it? Rollo points towards his friend. It is. Just lowered the cutoff. Is it? It is. What are you gonna do? Throw us out? The boys laugh. Nervously. Earth did make sure anyone 16 or older would be allowed to be served alcohol in any establishment in Norvik. Originally, he wanted to make a full-on ban, however, for obvious reasons. Oh, we have the option to just kick them out. They're not causing a scene, so I'm just gonna let them be here. Oh, alright, cool. He looks to his buddies. They all shrug. Cool. What's this about a celestial? The lanky kid shakes his head profusely. No, nothing. I was just joking around. Don't worry, kid. Cross-folk attraction is very valid in our progressive city of Norvik. You don't have to be ashamed of your interest. This is a wondrous thing to say to again, someone leaning toward the nationalist side. That's very xenophobic. The lanky kid looks distraught. She looks like a human, okay? It's not weird. Oh, if they look like a human, then it's okay then? Huh? Your goblin companion hides his face inside of his palms. Except the glow, and the gloating, and the floating. Yes, but like 90% is just, you know, hot girl. Ugh. 90%. Oh gods, this fucking kid. Angels are not so different from us. Have you ever seen one? They're like intangible horrors, Rollo says, and shakes his head. He sighs. No, okay, I'm sorry, Nissa. I don't mean to be like that. I'm just saying you shouldn't obsess over some girl, angel or not, that you don't even know. Ah, you mean like you used to do over Modissa? Oh, he and Modissa were used to be. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. Rollo's eyes show wide open, daggers aimed at Sten's unflinching, naive smile. Excuse me, what? Nissa, what? Says with a big smile, giving Rollo a double take. The lanky kid is happy to get the heat taken off of him. Oh yeah, Rollo used to write letters to Modissa back in school. I remember that. Debate letters. She infuriates me. I am in ideological combat with her. Nothing else. So dramatic. You love it. He looks over to you and adjusts his overalls. I just want to keep the record straight, cleric. They're just trying to mess with me. I'm not. That's not a thing. He's just like you. I'm looking at these options here. I could point out the human part and just be like, oh, you're okay. So you guys just sit here. This first one's funny. Let's try this one. Hells yeah, kid. I'm also scared of women. That's not what... The lanky kid lets out a wheezing laughter. Huh? Was that supposed to be a secret? Nah, don't worry about it, Sten. Rollo turns back to you. Can we talk about literally anything else, please? I have embarrassed him. Yeah, you clearly started it, kid, Snell tells him, also laughing. I have some personal questions for you boys. Personal? Can we do it in a rapid-fire fashion? We kind of want to get back to having fun. Okay. Okay. Also, this is not passing time. We're still at 1833. Well, maybe if I do each of these questions, maybe it'll do it here. Where do you boys live? Around. I live in northern housing. Yeah, same. I live near the Flip, if you ever heard of it. Our landlord sucks ass. Oh yeah, Dinkleberry, right? Yeah, Dinkleberry. Jesus, even his name stinks. What are your favorite pastimes? The goth kid shrugs. I like bicycles. Me too. I like drawing. He mutters to himself, why am I admitting to this? I'm just a very charming cleric. When I ask questions, everyone loves to answer. Why not? The Bone Purge? What is that one? What are your views on the Bone Purge? The anti-zombie law? Yeah. It's good? Yeah, my dad kept his job thanks to it. He almost lost his job to a zombie? He was a skeleton, but whatever. I think that was, if I recall correctly, that's the law that... So it's what we saw in the crypt where they don't leave remains that can be resurrected. Because, you know, obviously zombies, skeletons, not usually a good thing, but I guess they could also be used to create a workforce and take people's jobs. So that's also not good. The sounds from the... That's what it sounds like here. Do you like the music in here? Yeah, Nearly is really good. I'm inclined to agree. She's one of the... Oh. I really... Oh, this... I don't know where to begin with this. Usually when you talk of a lot of racist people, they like to pick and choose. They always use this phrase. They're one of the good ones. Because they think that in general, this group, you know, whole group of people is bad, but they pick and choose who they seem to like. Rollo is a piece of work. You hear your companion audibly groan in the back. That's right, Snell. Yep. Do you have any dirt on Rick Spider? Dirt? She's way nicer than you might think. I know she donates a bunch of money to the Lady Fair Church. Like a lot. Lady Fair Church, huh? That seems new. Interesting. That could be useful if I want to push her buttons later. Okay. What is this? Very good. Thank you for spilling all of your secrets. I've actually been secretly placing you under a zone of truth spell all along. You don't even have that spell. What? The boys look around all shocked. Look around shocked. You can't just... You're not allowed to just... I'm joking. Oh. They calm down. Not funny. A bit funny. Okay, a bit funny. Alright. So I'm noticing it's not... It seems to be... This time... Time seems to pass based on number of not on specific dialogues, but the more you spend time on dialogue. So I noticed that the time, it went to 33 to 34 in the middle of the dialogue. So I think I just need to just do it and hope we get something. Let's talk to Rick Spider. She wants to. She always likes to talk our ear off. We've already. Problem is, we've already exhausted a lot of these. What's your mother's maiden name? So you're a devil? No, I mean, you're not one of those folk that keeps confusing devils and demons, are you? Devils are lawful evil. Demons are chaotic evil. They're both creatures of evil, flawed to the core. There's a difference? She stares back at you. Alright, well, let's just move on and I'll keep that a secret, just in case, okay? She winks at you. You are unaffected by the wink. Yeah, no, I think I've exhausted all these, so we're gonna... Unfortunately, leave that alone. I could talk with the Sphinx. Is there anything... I could flirt with the Sphinx. I think I've already secured a date with our angel friend, so I don't think I'm gonna do that. And then there's Axel here. Tell him no. Yeah, we've already done all this. Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle. I still need to waste some time. And she's just playing her new instrument. I should not bother her there. So, yeah. I guess we'll just look around. We'll do some exploring here. Actually, maybe I'll take the other entrance here. Or exit. One that goes up this way. See if there's anything interesting happening. Probably not. The newsstand is closed. And then, yeah, we dealt with the seagull over there, so that's not... I'm also, because I have so many spells, I keep accidentally clicking all these things down here, so I gotta be careful here. I should use the keyboard instead. And then we have this merchant here. I guess I could converse with her. It is you. Do you have a license to sell wares here? Yes, I got it approved this forenoon. Not the best bureaucracy I've encountered around the coast, but certainly not the slowest. Your companion gives you a quick thumbs up as you glance at him. She's cool. Oh, I see. She probably got it from the Goblin clan. Let's look at her wares. Esoteric shards, helmet. I also don't remember how many crowns we have. Incense, bones dust, dream patch, elven ointment. How many crowns do we have here? 1267. Oh wow, saving the game takes a while. I have so many saves right now. I'm gonna buy... I want to see what the elven ointment is. And maybe I'll get that helmet too. Elven ointment. Elimian ointment. And I'll get the helmet as well. The rest of these are okay. I don't need more of those. Okay, what did we get? Okay, so it just... Oh. It just heals 10 HP. Okay. Then Armet is a +1 strength and charisma helmet, -1 wisdom, -1 intelligence. So not... It just gives me... I suppose it just gives us more options when it comes to helmets. So now we have all 6 of these. That's cool. What else to do? What else to do? There isn't really much else to do, is there? This thing... Come back after midnight-ish. I don't know what... Again, I don't know what this thing is, but we could come back there after midnight and see what's up with that thing. We have bicycles. We've already done this already. Yeah. I'm at a loss of what to do, so I'm just gonna... Okay, we are wasting time. It's 18:35. It's a minute-by-minute thing. I'm gonna go down to the goblin hangout here. San is here. Yeah, nothing. You've already exhausted. Oh, I could talk to Snell, maybe. You approach your companion. Why are you scared of mushrooms? I'm not. A lie. But the mushroom lady said you were. He takes a deep breath. Okay, fine. I don't like them. They're freaky and mushy and smell like mold. Just plain don't like them. I'm not taking questions on it, so... Anything else you want to ask, or can we go? We have to finish this today. Yep, the old lady will be real pissed if we don't. I don't know what I think we should just handle every loose thread today. Every thread? Yeah, you're getting a bit too ambitious there. What do you think we should do? Good question. We have a few good clues, if you ask me. Number 1 would be the testimony of our star witness himself. Look, I know you're the goblin size. Look, I know you're all in on this idea of following on this esoteric mystery of the smoky invisible man, but just focus on preparing yourself first. I have a feeling this could end up right in the shitter if we act too rashly. I agree, we have to be careful. Yeah. He scrunches his nose and looks away. Though also, this is the clearest clue we've got. Though obviously someone fled from the tea shop into that pillar, I don't think Mariodoc is the type to even give a shit enough to lie about something like that. So fuck it. Let's see how far we get. Let's go into the pillar. Okay. Like Snell. At least that's confirmation that Snell is on board. That's good. Let's see here. I could talk with the goblin lady again. Oh yeah, okay, there's some things we haven't touched on here. Is this your garden? No. This is a sanctuary for all. I am just its keeper. Got it. Nice garden. Thank you. Okay. So this HWBT, what exactly is it? She snorts. It's an affiliation, an organization, a family. Your family? Yes. That's a lot of kids. The lady raises her chin. Any goblinoid willing to serve the family is welcome to my loving embrace. It's not a literal family, it's a crime family. In a way. Are you registered at the Tithe House? Of course, what do you take me for? Some huckster? We're registered as a tribal organization. With some special regards. Why is it called the Halfway Bridge Tribe? She takes a deep breath. I'd say it's obvious. My people have lived in the tunnels of Tolstad for 5 generations. 5 goblin generations. That's around 50 years. The tunnels underneath the famous broken bridge of Norvik. The bridge that only reaches halfway across the river. When I united us, that name grew popular. What's your role here? My role? She cackles. I'm the director of operations. What are you voting in the upcoming election? You dare tread onto such volatile grounds here in my chambers? Yes. Really? Her eyes pierce your stout figure. You meet it. You dare ask of my political opinions. Okay, so... I feel like this is a bad choice. If I did yes, I'm gonna say no. Smart. Okay, so we're not gonna open that Pandora's box. Oh, and yeah, this way goes back to the crossing. What else can we do here? We can't go into here because the Asgilists are in the tavern right now. Every day. And then there's Snell's apartment down here. Don't think there's anything left to do there. And this way just goes out. Yeah, this part. So I really need to find some place that'll waste our time. Trying to think. There's probably I'm just trying to think, is there any place where I kind of skipped dialogue or just didn't really dig any deeper? This way goes into the secret passage. We pretty much... I think we've exhausted most of these. Yeah, we've already... there's a bunch of spoiled potions. And this heads back into the tea shop. I don't think there's anything else to do here, yeah, right? Because we've already investigated it. And if I go this way, where does this go again? I think it's the oh yeah, it's the Temple of Earth. Okay. Yeah, now I remember. The duck is still here. Can we talk with him at all? I don't know. Nope, we've already exhausted dialogue with him. Let's go down here. We'll check into Water Lane. I could talk with Agent Vera, maybe. Maybe this bookbinder. I've already talked with them already. There's this griffin again. Oh, we can talk with the griffin. You know what? Why not? I wanna have a chat. The beast spreads its wings. You may address me as Giorgio Valsantigo. Oh, he's very... Master Giorgio Valsantigo. Who does this chicken think he is? Wow, this beast lives on a pedestal. Whatever it says, just play along. Greetings, Master. Thank you for getting out of the way. You're welcome, biped. Now I am in a good mood after my nap. Go ahead. Ask me whatever inane questions you might have. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Dialogue. Yay. How'd you get that name, Giorgio? My father was Tis Lamiergi Valsantigo of House Valsantigo. We are bred to be perfect. the griffin growls, leaning his beacon towards your face. Interesting. This griffin must be one of Veta Di Re, typical racing breed. Veta Di Re, a minor but wealthy gnomish settlement east of Norvik. They breed racing griffins, who many journey to see during game season. It is built into the side of a dormant volcano, yet its small fertile valley is free of the curse of the burned coast. I see, so you originate from Veta Di Re. That is correct. Of course you've heard of my home kingdom. VDR is the greatest city on the coast. The gnomes who live there have served my lineage for over a century and a half. Once I finish this obligation in the west, I will return to rule my house once more. Soon enough, soon enough. Why do you call me biped? Why? For that is what you are. A two-legged, featherless biped. Do you disagree? We can argue with the griffin as much as that might be fun. I'm gonna just agree with that. It is biped. What do you do around here? I handle scouting for the boat bipeds, though they do not hold any interest for my valuable information. Some of the less rugged ones I even move around from time to time. I traveled with one a few days ago all the way to this strange cold land. In return, I get fed a glorious amount of sustenance. More than you could ever wish for, biped. Noticeable. Who's your owner sounds like an offensive question. Who did you fly with here? A biped of your size, approximately. One with a gaudy sense of style. Some type of ground delver of a human, I believe. The type to head deep below and not come back for many, many days. Oh, this must be the Yellow Magician's griffin, then. I see. It's sad, really, to be a biped like you. Ah, it is speaking of Meriadoc. This is the Trade Prince's griffin, surely. Got it. Sleep well? Until you showed up, yes. I had a dream where I kept smacking bipeds like you around. It was wonderful. I don't think I'm going to choose this one because I don't want to call the griffin chunky. It'd be funny though. Screw it. Okay. They took it as a compliment. You're kind of chunky. Fed well. Yes, thank you. I am very rich indeed. He doesn't see that as an insult. Weird bird. No, that... Given that birds like to hibernate and like fatten up for the winter, that this actually tracks when it comes to birds, I think. The voice disappears from the griffin immediately. Had a good chat? Didn't sound like you were best friends exactly. Wait, what did it sound like to you? You've essentially been squawking for a while now. I would have laughed if the noises coming from that griffin didn't scare the shit out of me. It sounded like you'd be gutted any second. The griffin and I came to an understanding, I think. Sure, let's go before the bird changes its mind. So it's worth noting that we did pass a check with the griffin. I think we snuck past them, but now they're just cooperative. So I think I didn't realize that when I went over here, I think this was a alternate way into the warehouse. For some reason, I never saw it. Or maybe this wasn't open. You approach the goods hatch. This is a very small goods hatch. This whole building appears to have been repurposed into a warehouse. Otherwise, making it this tiny would have been very silly. I don't think the free striders will be too happy with someone sneaking in through the roof. The goblin squats down and grabs the rusty hanglock. But damn, look at this rusty thing. They really don't value security around here. So we already have access to the warehouse. We could just do this just for fun. I also have knock if I really wanted to. Advantage on this. I'll pick the lock. With just a bit of finesse, the lock cracks open. Quite literally. This rusty piece of shit won't ever close again. There we go. Great job. As you peek inside, you see a rope attached to the wood, tumbling down into the open space below. Sweet. Then we can actually climb back up. Didn't think of that. Let's see how well this rope holds up. So this should end up... Ah, I see. So this would have been an alternate way into the warehouse. If I'd actually seen this. Okay, cool. There's nothing to do in the warehouse. So nobody here. Could talk with Agent Vera, but I don't know. Cleric, I'm working late again, blah blah blah. I can tell her about the Asgalen printing press. Why is there... I guess I could do charm person or something. Oh, I want to know more about you. Oh, here we go. My favorite topic. What should I ask her? About her past, so you can manipulate her. Okay, before we do this, I'm going to take a drink. It looks like I did actually poke at this already. Okay, let's... Let's go. It's awfully empty here. Do you have any colleagues? Certainly. I'm only second in command here on Tolstad. First is Agent Durelius. He's currently off securing votes with the Tolstad guilds, leaving me alone here to helm the ship. I might have actually gone through this. Yeah, no, I've already gone through this. Okay. You don't like this fellow. Yeah. And then we said... God, she's hot. Okay, so that's enough about Durelius. We can try to flirt with her. What is your favorite color? Red. Like blood. She gives you a sinister smile. She's very charming. What's your mother's maiden name? Why do you ask? I read in a book once that's a good question to break the ice. You read? Sounds so impressive, Orc. She's mocking you. But there's no need to break the ice. We're already talking, cleric. I did not know my mother. I was born into a Feld-Tire JT, a journeyman tribe, where children are raised collectively. Oh. We made scissors. That's my special blood talent. My fate, as it were. I didn't like it in the factory, so I left to Blood City Bay. Ugh. I joined a war band, a few actually. Learned to be smart. Eventually ended up in Reeds, where my true talents were recognized. Scissors. Orcs are the original factory workers. Forced child labor? Don't like that. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Scissors. Oh, I apologize. I should clarify. Veroroskeg. Veroroskeg? Gifted by blood. Each Orcish clan was given a specialty by the Queen Mother. My clan's gift was a magical affinity for making amazing scissors. Okay. A working people. Factory people. That is what the Arcanists used to call orcs. Every factory in Feltir was human-run during the Arcane Era. The orcs were under terrible oppression. Super efficient, honestly. Though being locked down like that sounds like shit. Good thing she left. That's cool? No, it is not. Anyway, the revolution was already strong when I joined. So once I'd realized I'd missed all the real action, I ended up taking a job to spread the word. I spent a season in Vorgania at first, but I never clicked with the locals. So Norvik it was. And now I'm here. She bows her head in a formal fashion. That's kind of cool. How strong are you? Strong enough. She smirks. Whom do you... What is this question? Whom do you wear? Oh, this old rag. The outfit is an AR import, originally designed by Fruk Fram, I hear. Fruk Fram? Famous textile industrialist and magical carpet extraordinaire. Got really famous during the Arcane era. Although these are obviously just factory knockoffs. Reliable, though. Could attempt to flirt. I'm kind of tempted to just maybe flirt. Maybe that'll also waste time, but maybe I'll save before I try doing that. Let's go. Yeah, let's do a save. I don't know what'll happen if I try flirting with multiple people. I feel like that's gonna end badly. Oh, no, I don't want that. Whoops. I didn't want to touch that. Let's reload. Hold on. I chose the wrong option there. Okay. Tell me more about you. Neat. Did I mention how I really appreciate your appearance? Yes, we are having very wonderful weather today, I agree. Although it is quite difficult to see it down here on Water Lane based on the ceiling. Did she miss... Because of the did she hear me? Wow, smooth. Oh, she's avoiding. She's avoiding the subject by pretending to not hear what you said. You make her uncomfortable. Aw. What are these? So I can hit her with the perfect line. I should just give up on this, shouldn't I? I'm no good at flirting. Yes, the weather. That's what I said. Abort. Maybe try it later instead. I try this one first. It would probably be for the best. Stern. Alright, let's try it. Stern yourself along with your sternum. Her expression grows a little concerned. Alright, good luck to you and your potential future descendants who smile upon you through glorious strings. Oh, crap. You've got this. The perfect line is at the tip of your tongue? Not yet. Gotta swoon her first. What? What? Oh shit, she's looking at you. Quick stall. But what about the perfect line? You got nothing, kid. Now say something. York gives you a polite smile. I start shaking. Cleric, did you have any questions or... Don't lose it. Be cool. Blurt out. A date! The orc crosses her arms and lifts her chin. This date. Could you explain to me what exactly would your plans contain? No, I've never been on a date. Oh, ow. Her mouth sound hurts. Don't say that. That's the exact opposite thing she likes. Well, perhaps we can look into that at a later date. I mean, later time then, cleric. That's okay with you. Okay. She puts on a fake smile. So. Okay, try again. I'm kind of tempted to try again. Let's try this again here. I can always use a shard, so... Do this again. It'll probably... Yeah, check... Yeah, it shows up. We have 27 shards, jeez. Spend one shard to unlock. That's better. The perfect line. The perfect line. Right, you got this. I do? You do. Just say... Clear your throat, stammer a bit, then speak. After the election, let's go out and eat. I want to get to know you. Get to know me, you say. She She shakes her head but can't help but let a grin sneak onto her face. Your insistence is a bit endearing, I'll admit. So fine. Oh, that updated. A date with this helmed human does sound like a rather memorable night, doesn't it? Nice job, stud. We'll just have to find out. The orc crosses her arms. Well then, now that's settled. One step closer to true victory. Okay. So weirdly, when I did this with, I don't remember her name, the angel, I don't think this quest actually updated properly. But it did update with Vera. It's completed. Okay, well, I guess that's fine. I would have maybe preferred the angel, but this works too. Sure. I have completed that quest at least. Okay, and I'm still on my other quest of trying to waste time. It's 18:39. Got 21 minutes left to waste here. What else is there to do? Let's take a look around. The rest of Water Lane, there's not much happening. Where does this go again? I think it goes... Ah yes, this place here. There's this crab here. We can talk with the crab? Sure. Let's do this. Your magic causes you to hear a tiny sound from the crab. A sound that turns into a squeaky voice. Oh, squeaky. Oh no. Hold on, I need to drink water before I try to do this. Oh boy. Hi there, big fellow. What's it like being a crab? It's great. What do you like? What do you like about being a crab? I'm not a crab. Haha, funny. No, really, I'm not a crab. What are you then? Some kind of failed creation of the gods? I'm an Asgalist. Whoa! The crab snips intensely. He's excited. Okay, it's decided. I'm that too. We converted the crab into an Asgalist. This crab, you can learn from him. Good choice. Thanks, you too. Your companion is mostly trying to ignore your conversation with the crab, but he eventually opens his mouth and lets out a sigh. You should know that you're just smacking your lips together over and over again, cleric. You look like an insane person, but please continue conversing with the crab. What's your name? I'm Criminity. Criminity. Cool name. Thanks. Do you have any information for me? Oh yes, I do. Did you know that there's an abundance of worms on the riverbank this time of year? There always is. It's causing me to gain a few pounds. The ladies will love it. Oh, we got yourselves a lover crab. And not even the bad kind. Ew. Alright, that's all for now. An instant later, the crab's voice disappears. Interesting, we can still cast it again. Hope you had a riveting convo. Now, can we go? Okay, I just also had a thought. We have speak with animals, but we also have speak with plants, but I don't think I've ever had much. There's one spot in the city that we could have used it on, and I feel like I want to try it on that. Just to see what would happen. So let's get up the ladder. Then out the door. Yep, okay, this is the way down. So yeah, there's a spot, like almost like near the beginning of the game, where it seems like we could have spoken with plants. I believe it is not here. It was over here. Yeah, this thing. This tree. So let me save here. And maybe we can get a nice long conversation with the tree. Can't believe what I'm saying here. You look up at the branches of a bracken tree. It stands tall in the garden, towering over you. It is majestic. Nature is reaching tall and deep. These roots go below the city, nay, even below the river. I can at least do some of these things before we do speak with plants. Touch the tree. Your hand lands firmly on the bark. Good tree. Strong tree. Connecting with the natural world. Well done. Look up at the branches above. The wind causes the leaves to dance. Wait. Between the branches high above. Oh, is there something up there? Oh. Oh. Is that a hole in the bark? A hollow. Just wide enough for you to stick your hand inside. Something glimmers up there. Treasure in a bird's nest. Yes, get up there now. It could cause great physical... Oh, this is Constitution. It could cause great physical harm if you fall from that height. And heights are scary. The branches shudder in a sudden gust. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I suggest not doing that. Can't I use Mage Hand? Oh, that's smart. And rid yourself of the challenge. It probably will not work. Not being able to see inside the hollow makes it difficult. I see. You poof the hand into existence near the hollow and try to go inside. Since your senses are only slightly connected with the esoteric string of your magical hand, it feels strange when your magical fingers attempt to penetrate the hole. I didn't realize where this was going when I Oh, the writers. Oh, I see what you did there. Finger in hole. Please, for the love of God, of the gods, relax thy foul mind. No, it's not working. Turn off the mage hand. Should I try to climb the tree or talk with the tree first? Maybe we'll talk with the tree first, but let me do this last option here. The leaves are quite big. What's a bracken tree again? Like a birch, but thicker. Made by primal forces of Ascani. The bracken tree originates from Ilum Forest and is today a major export resource in Ascani. It is quick to grow and flexible in its usage. Alright, let's do this. Bam. The massive tree then erupts into song. A song about roots held deep and tails made tall, of wet men scraping upon the earth until its shape grew narrow and sharp. Hello? Okay, this is a bit of a one-sided conversation, huh? The song continues about the heavens above and caverns below. Your goblin companion appears stunned from the primal experience. Oh, he's noticing it too. Interesting. Because most of the conversations that speak of animals, it's just between... the cleric just speaks in their animal language. But in this case, Snell is noticing this. Interesting. From all of this, you collect but one grain of actual information. One of a deep and harrowing fear. It whispers once the song subsumes. Beware the cursed man, he who walks with claw and fire. He does not know his God, despite his delusions. What? Who are they referring to here? Cursed man, claw and fire. Could it be the guy that went into the pillar, perhaps? He does not know his God. Then the voice stops. Somehow you know this will help you a lot in the future. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. I thought this was going to be like a, kind of just a side interaction, but it sounds like this might be very useful information for maybe the end game. Hey, the spell's still active. I got more questions. It does not respond. Guess it got tired after all that singing. I pat the tree and leave. Thanks for the info, I guess. I try climbing it. Actually, hold on. Let's quick save. But yeah, no, I'm getting the same sort of vibes when we were playing Aether and Iron earlier this week, because there was that one quest, that side quest. We went to Coney Island, and we had the option. We could have just turned away. We followed that Aether Wolf, and based on the vibes I got from that, it sounded like that's something that might come up that will be very important later on in the story. And this thing here, same vibes. Like, I feel like in this case we have information about this man, this cursed person, that might maybe unlock like a dialogue option or something. I don't know. That's pretty cool. I like that. Now, can I try to climb into the hole? Maybe not using my thing. Climb that tree. Here we go. You grab onto the trunk. Oh, I'm gone. Disappeared. Pressing your entire body against the rough bark, you slowly make your way upwards. Go, go, go. Just a little bit more. Please get down from there, cleric. Snell's like, I've had enough of this. Dexterity. Nope. Failure. Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough enough for you to get a pretty firm grip, despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot and hand move it after another, each holding onto dear life. You take a deep breath and reach up towards the upper branches. That's when you realize you've got you're nowhere close to where you thought you were. Hold on now. Grabbing onto air is not a good idea as you fumble about. Suddenly the world drops around you. Your feet slip from the bark, your soul falling into hell. Ooh, it took another 4. An instant later, you hit the ground. Something cracks, sending shooting pain up your leg and arm. The tree towers over you, taunting you. You okay, cleric? I'm fine, thank you, Snow. Thought it'd be funny at first, but it'd be a bit too tragic if our only cleric died from climbing a tree, you know? No, I'm not done with this. I want the thing inside. So we're gonna try again. I'm gonna save again here. Maybe I might actually maybe optimize for dexterity. I think we're optimized for charisma actually. So let's change that around. Got my unlock blade, got my lockpick, got my Sallet. Sallet is +2 dexterity, so it's better than the bassinet. Bracelet of Thievery, yep. Maybe the bronze shield? Oh, actually... sorry, I got to try. I saw the sending pebble. I wonder if I can send it to anyone else. Any messages? Nope, okay, so I've already exhausted that. So let's put in the bronze shield. So dexterity is at 23. Actually, it probably doesn't make any difference here, so I can probably put in, where is, or Meek? Let's put Meek back on there. There we go. Okay. Let's try this again. Climb the tree, come on. Yep. Climb it. Use a shard. Effortless, apparently. Thank goodness for advantage. Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough enough for you to get a pretty firm grip, despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot and hand movement after another, each holding on to dear life. It's Karen all over again. You take a deep breath and reach up, finally getting a hold of one of the upper branches. You've done it. Heaving yourself the last way, you get a view you did not expect. A bird's nest, unguarded, full of shiny trinkets. Jackpot. Shove your hand inside the nest. Oh, I can only grab one thing. There's a ring, there's coins, there's a polished stone. Let's try the polished stone. Oh, it's just a shard of jor. The bleached white and polished rock doesn't look too valuable until it's in your palm. You feel the tingle. Okay, I guess we can grab some other things. It's magic, baby. Grab the ring. Oh, it's a ring of protection. Silverware of the finest kind with a black stone in its center. And grab the coins. 7 coins, okay. Several crowns going straight into your pocket. Thanks, birds. Retracing your steps, you soon find yourself back on solid ground. You lived. I'm surprised. Now, can we go? All right. The ring of protection, huh? What does that give us? Oh. An iron band covered in strange symbols. Touching it sends a tingle down your spine. It protects you somehow. And all it says, dampens high damage. I don't know what it means by high damage. I don't know what the... We don't know what the threshold is, but that's... This might actually come in handy later on. Interesting. Okay. I should probably heal, now I think about it, because I'm down 8 HP. Anything I could eat a cardamom treat and a spat extract. There we go. Now what? So this is the only other... This is one of the only places well, maybe we could go down into the grove, perhaps. And maybe there's an opportunity to speak with plants down there. I'm just gonna head down there. There's also a lot of NPCs we can probably talk to down there, so yeah, let's head there. So the city below. It's still only 1841, so I'm just desperately trying to do anything at this point. Okay. We talked to the snail already. I don't think there's anything more to do there. There's... Oh. You step up onto the rock. Around you lies the vast chamber of root and stone, of dwarf and primal forces pressing up against one another. One part struggle, one part harmonic symbiosis. This is the vessel in which the great bracken tree of Tolstad is nurtured. This well, its beating heart. Also, you can absolutely make some noise in here. Try it. Don't make this about yourself. A rock like this is a keystone in a community, not a tool of the individual. It's a platform, a scene. Scenes are made for bringing attention to those who deserve it, i.e., you. Oh, I see they put a reference in here. I am the lord of this dwarf fortress. It'd be really funny to do that, but I'm gonna gonna quick save and just see if there's no negative, in case there's a negative consequence of this. I'm gonna do this for the lulz. I am the lord of this dwarf fortress. Yeah. Your voice echoes out among the tangled roots. What are you doing? Since no one of importance heard you, you can make any statements you want. It literally doesn't matter. Unless you care about what the goblin thinks of you. I'm making a statement still. Seems a bit imperialist and or colonialist, if you ask me. Oh, we can make this political. Okay. Oh no, I didn't realize. I apologize. As an Asgulus, I would never endorse any imp and or colonialist related statements. I'd say your job makes that difficult. What are these? What are these answers? Power structures I work in, I assume? To the position of as wielder of the violence of the state? Due entirely to my manhood, the very pressure-cooked focus point of evil itself as I carry it into the world? Due to everything I am in my job, a man, a soldier, a political figure, an oppressive spellcaster, and worst of all, a living human, being in a world where humans have destroyed so much that our folk-wide sin determines my fate before I'm even born? Sure, let's go with that. Your echo fades out among the roots. Sure, I got some XP from that, so I'll take that. I don't know how far are we away from another level. It would be 5,000, less than 5,000 XP, but it's possible. Because again, the quests that we're pursuing right now are this one, which will once dusk hits at 19 o'clock, then we can finish this one, and then also this skin. We might get quite a bit of XP from these two, so it might be possible. Maybe we can get another level before we get to the end. What else? There's not much else to do here. Talk with Moongor here. Can I flirt with the bugbear too? I already asked for a date. I don't think this will work. Yeah, let's not do that. And then the tunnel here is still, yeah, they're working on clearing it out. To be honest, I'm at a loss of what else I can do here. Oh, I can't get in here. I could talk with that floating skull, that lich down here. There's probably some things we could talk about, perhaps. No, I think we've already exhausted all those. Damn it. Yeah, I'm in this weird situation where, yeah, I don't have a means of... There's a lot of dialogue in the game, but I've reached a point where I've exhausted all the dialogue, or at least the ones I know of. So I don't know what else to do here, unless maybe I could talk with the angel, maybe. We could go back up to the top. We've been to Waterlane, we've been to the tavern, we've been to the goblin area, we've been downstairs. The only other thing I can think of is maybe down the Undercoast path. And again, kind of also it's not that many NPCs down there to talk with, unless maybe we talk to I don't remember his name, but the The one that gives you the warlock powers if you make a deal with them. Is she still here? She might not be around. No, she's away. Okay, since she's away, I could like loot this little box here. I've been Organi river droplets. Oh, this increases my strength, I think, right? Oh, weird, it doesn't show up in here. I think it's a consumable. Yeah, there we go. Grants a minor strength increase for a week. Strength increased by 1. So I'm at 11 now. Wowee. Maybe I read some books in the meantime? I'm gonna spend some time flipping through archives right now. He wants you to not spend time doing this right now. Okay. I think I've already done that already, in any case. There's also this pile of books here. Okay, we could read those. Oh, there's a spell here that I didn't even... Bless is here. It's been right under my noses all this time. What does Bless do? For the duration, you add 1d4 to all ability checks. It's not a bad spell. I'd have to... I think I might take out Good Apple, because Good Apple seems kind of not useful in this case. Okay, so there are spells that I haven't even looked at. You could also pray. Here. Oh, okay, interesting. Contemplate the celestial Etir. A woman, a warrior, a divine creature. She is here for no other reason than her own broken ways. Listen to her, and you will be rewarded. If you so wish to carry her blessing. Contemplate milk? No. Come on. Fine. It comes from a cow. You like it. Many do not. Now contemplate something else. That's funny. Contemplate the Sphinx's riddle. An ancient creature who guards a door to nothing. She does this for fun. You are not the first to complete it. If you do, it will unveil something great. But the answer is not in dialogue. You will have to cast magic to show your prowess. Okay, so this is basically a hint to the riddle that we already solved. So, yeah, that's fun. That's cool. I'll do Contemplate the Lich House and then do this other one here. They do not tell you the whole truth. And there are deals in the background you are not privy to. Tread carefully around the pale man and his 4 helpers. Contemplate women. They exist. They prosper. You will not have one, for they are not yours to have. Though there might be some who fancy you, if you show yourself to be a good man. Or bad, if you want the baddies. Interesting, that's fun. Do some preparation. So I will take Bless and then just skip Good Apple, I guess. Do I kind of wonder maybe in the end game, maybe Good Apple might come in clutch at some point, but yeah, no, I pretty much maximize because I have the feat that increases my number of spells. I think I have the book as well. So I think 20 might be the maximum I can get here. Maybe there's other ways. Okay, we have Bless. I could do some reading. Let me do a save. I'm hoping this will pass the time. If it doesn't, I'm gonna rage. Yeah. Oh, actually we have Merodach's book here. Open Beyond Reads by Meriadoc Moonwatch. You open it hoping for an interesting take on coastal travel. Instead, you are immediately met with a pop travel guide. Oh no. It's written by the famous freestrider Meriadoc Moonwatch, whom you've met, if you recall, a trade prince of the Free Cities. The introduction is styled as a personal note to the reader. Moonwatch uses a very casual language to convince you of his expertise. It's also filled with freestrider propaganda. It's only propaganda if you disagree with it. That is actually true. I can't read. I could just say I can't read this shit. I can't read this shit. No, you cannot. This is trite. What'd you say? You're still here, Snail? What, you looking at books? Are we gonna hang out here all day, or can we leave? I guess Snail doesn't like this. Maybe I should come back. The thing I'm also worried about is we'll get to... I'm trying to waste my time till 19 o'clock, but after that I have to wait until midnight to do Viskin's quest. And that is... That's gonna be a lot. Maybe there's a way... If I go to bed right after at 7, and once I do the quest with the elf, that'll put me at like, if it's an 8-hour rest, then I'll wake up at 3 a.m. Maybe I can still do Viskin's quest at that point? The thing I was reading online, like, if I do any, the problem is if I do any long rest, the last day, apparently you can't trade in any quests. So I think that might not work. I'll keep reading though. A history by scholar Tim Alemican. One of the last Earth folk houses to arrive after the founding of Norvik. They originally went east during the Coast War, but a handful of them survived and fled to Norvik with several Arcanist artifacts. Today they are highly revered in the city, the third Lord Patriarch Hugger having been of their bloodline. It is marked as official goods of Bronze Banner University. It was printed here in Norvik on the last year of the Arcane Era 511. That is 28 years ago. Don't I know this history already? The book does not have an opinion. Skim through it. The first chapters regale the story of humans entering Jor, along with various origins that have been discovered. Most humans who arrived in Old Dimenor came as dragon servants during the later stages of the Fade Era. Although the book also goes into the modern refocus on attempting to avoid the clear anti-dragon biases that infused all historical documents on the topic, humans were brought to Jor from various outer worlds as workers, fodder, soldiers, and worshippers. Some were made to live in glorified internment camps. Some lived as loyal subjects in royal halls. The stories of early human existence on Jor are as varied as those of today. We were slaves, yes, but each dragon was a different master. It then spends a full chapter going over the draconic civil war during the Divine Era and the resulting rise of Dug Dulin Dim. Skip ahead. You arrive at the Coast War. It's destructive. Oh, there's a misspelling there. An intentional misspelling. A destructive quality impacted human civilizations as much as it did the coast itself. In short, as the Arcanists rose to ever greater power, humans journeyed into Old Dimenor during the Great Consolidation. An offer of power and wealth to all men, no matter your background, was attractive to say the least. At its end, approximately 90% of all humans were wiped out. Only a few clusters of offshoot communities survived the onslaught. The book contains a solemn list of those human cultures that were fully destroyed in various curses, void bombs, and intrahuman genocides. Stare at the list and move on. In its final chapters, the book switches topic to instead focus on the various humans who are still identified by unique phenotypes within the human folk type. Some smaller groups across the coast have no clear lineage to draconic slavery, but whether that is due to some other origin is unknown. So humans that were not slaves to dragons? Interesting. Are you... Oh, okay. Actually, this... So these are all the human groups. I don't... Time is not going forward, but I'm actually kind of curious about this. Especially this last one, because I'm like, why? Because I remember this was mentioned in a conversation before. Why are the Japanese here? Nenikore. What is this? Also, certs. People of the mountain. Okay, let's go through the list here. The land Buar. Agrarian humans of Orgeni. Many formed entire cities on the floating hills and are known for their shamanistic cultural practices and great primal spellcasters. They are described in the book as tall, having intermingled with the local giants, with either white or black hair, prominent nasal features, and a distinct tanned, freckled skin. A major portion of the Landbuars were forcibly drafted during the late stage of the Coast War, and it destroyed their demographics, despite the war itself never reaching their far inland country. Today they are slowly recovering and on the fence between industrialization or keeping to their agrarian roots. Okay. Yanzu. Known as the greatest human warriors of the Fade era, these humans were known to inhabit both Divini Torum and parts of northern Escani during their service to the great dragon Esuth. Also known as Men of Fire and River, although the book laments the lost spelling of their original name, which seems to originate in the same tongue as the owl folk of Divini Torum. During the Great Consolidation, all these humans either left their original homes or were forced out by celestials and dwarves and elves, trolls, and more. Okay, time is slowly going forward, so that's good. They are described in the book as short and dark-haired, with various skin hues. Historical documents seem to indicate that those of Fire and those of River were two entirely separate people who have been clumped together over time due to their similar facial features. Although records indicate the two might come from entirely different origin worlds. Interesting. They are sometimes derogatorily called the Dwarves of Reeds, as their masterful craftsmanship is unrivaled among the ashes of the Coast War. And they're kinds of short. Okay. Alright. Earthfolk. Pale, generally brown-haired, and tall humans, whom the book makes clear were a very tiny minority among many people of Old Dimenor. They originally appeared to have served a dragon named Bellum, but no historical sources exist of that name, beyond the oral traditions of the tribe itself. The only thing that makes the Earthfolk unique is their expertise on shipbuilding, and their choice to flee their homeland before a curse bomb ruined it forever. These people then went west and conquered Escani thanks to their god Earth, which the book does not go into detail about and instead points towards many other sources. Okay. Today, Earthfolk account to around a quarter of the entire human population on Jor. Interesting. So they used to be a tiny minority and they grew into now a quarter of everybody. Okay. Or at least a quarter of all the humans that are left. Without Earth, we wouldn't have been another name on that list of lost human cultures. The Abalindi. Sometimes called the Blades of Blood City Bay, these humans live across the white plains and sands deep inland in Feltir. They are rare to find along the coast, and are described as looking similar to the people of the mountain, dark-skinned and stout, with clear red eyes and broad noses. Famously, they run several of the greatest forges on the coast. Oh, red-eyed humans, interesting. Having earned them a name throughout many of Feltir's most dire conflicts, purely as arms dealers. This chapter explains how their expertise with guns especially brought them notoriety during the Coast War, until the Powder Curse, that is. I don't know what the Powder Curse is. Okay. Dimenorians. The pale, dark-haired, and stereotypically gaunt humans who serve the great mad drake Alganoth within the plains of Inner Dimenor. They spawned many of the original Arcanists and make up a large portion of the surviving Region human population. If someone says that human looks Region, They usually refer to pale skin and black hair. Imagine Viskin. That is your typical Dimenorian. Okay. Tawalona. A small religious human people who thrive within the heartlands of Heiji. They are sometimes called the Great Human Hunters. While few in number due to their constant struggle against demonic forces, as all people of Heiji are prone to do, the Tawalona live within a sacred spire on the eastern Grand Mesa. They are described as tanned, tall, and famously naturally attuned with primal forces. Some compare them with the agrarian Lanbuar, but sources indicate they are very different in both origin and cultural practices. Cool. And the people of the mountain. These are the followers of the Golden Horde, a vast group of humans who live upon the Holy Mountain. While secretive, they have become less isolated during the last few decades of celestial expansion and can today be found on rare occasions in various cities across the coast. They are described as dark-skinned with black or white hair and eyes that indicate their positions as of hierarchy among their kind. No pupils means that they are an attendant. Glowing eyes means a gate lord, and dark eyes indicate that they hold a lower placement upon the slope. Wow. Whatever that means. Just like that Shamar lady you met. Oh, I think I vaguely remember her. Okay. The Surts. Typically stout and red-haired humans who serve the great Tisserel Danor in western Dimenor. That name is a mouthful. Most famously, both Kalim Dimenori and Doug Doolin Dim originate from this culture. The book also mentions that this phenotype could be found in most surviving human populations along the coast today, due to their prominence in the early Arcane era. You've probably got some Cert blood in you. You are approximately 1/10 Cert. Oh, how specific. Thank you, intelligence. See? And finally, who the fuck are these? Oh, why? These can't be the... It's worth noting that, at least in the lore, these humans come from other worlds, it sounds like. So it's very possible that this group could be the same. Maybe somebody abducted some, Japanese folk and then transplant them into this fantasy world. Maybe that's a joke here. In almost mythical human peoples of the secretive realm of Yim, the so-called Japanese have been a popular topic of fiction since their discovery in the early mid-Arcane era. We live in an isolated kingdom upon great plateaus deep in land. Okay. You too were swept up in the samurai phase during your earlier years. Oh no. Oh no. Is this like... anime fans? Manga fans? I'm seeing a parallel here. The book explains how rare it is to see one of their fabled ambassadors travel across the coast. But so far, due to the magically isolated nature of their kingdom, not much is known of their nature. Interesting. Cool. Okay, we're still at 1843. I'll read this last book. Why not? Earth and Toll Founders. You find that the book has been unfortunately ruined by moisture at some point, but some of it is still readable. Not like you don't already know the story of by heart. Skim through the ruined pages. The general gist you get is, Earth is born in Old Dimenor. He saves his people from a curse bomb. They flee their ruined land to Ascani. Okay, I like this summary. This is a lot more digestible. Earth, with his brother Toll and a long list of helpers, including dwarves and many others, destroy the evil troll empire and conquer their city. There's a mention of Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth, with a quick summary of his life. He founded the Earth Guard. He began the illustrious bloodline of House Darrow. He was known for his vow to never succumb to any wounds in battle, and ironically, he died of a heart attack at age 40. You also spot the name Cran on one page, talking about that goblin warrior's service to Earth. How he joined during the Goblin Wars. So we know Cran is kind of a bad word amongst at least the tribe, the Goblin tribe, because it's a word synonymous with traitor, because Cran served Earth instead. That's the first half. The second half is all about how they built Norvik. Though you can't see when the book was published due to the immense damage to the paper, you do notice how it ends, not with Earth's death, but with the leaving of Toll. No one knows for sure why, but Toll ended up leaving to go on an expedition to the Endless Wastes, far inland. And he never returned. Is it possible that because the mysterious man that went into the pillar, it could be Toll. Maybe he ended up there. It's some food for thought. Okay, that was... Still need to waste time. Shoot. Okay, let's get out of here. Or actually, does Snell have any dialogue? Because sometimes he has like unique dialogue depending on where we are. Checking out the... Could be used some documents be useful. Okay, no. So there is unique dialogue, but sometimes it's not that important. Okay. I don't know where else to go here. There's a guy cleaning the ceiling, I guess, up there? Is this a traversable... I wonder if there's a way to get up there. That's interesting. I think what I'm going to do... I guess we could go to the Undercoast path. Or something. I don't know. I'm just grasping at straws right now. There are also some books in Viskin's lair that I think I kind of skipped over. I could read those. Okay, let's go to Viskin. We need to go there anyway later on, but let's head over here. I believe it's on, the bookshelf here. I remember reading a couple of them at the beginning. But there's one... I've read all these before, of course. I'll just refresh my memory. Right, good. A couple of minutes won't hurt, I guess. He sits down on some massive tombs and leans against the wall. I didn't read Folk Tales by the Trill Sisters. Let's read this. Opening the Trill Sisters book shows you an index of several tales, many of which you heard growing up. These stories shape reality, for the mind does not distinguish a tale from a real-life lesson. They are but the same. Out of the tales, you see the one you remember the most, the one about the gnome and the titan. This story... Oh, I did read this already. Never mind. I think I did read all that. Yeah, okay, so nothing else to do here. Guess we'll go to the Undercoast path? I don't know. We talk with the snail some more? I don't know. I wish there was a way to wait. Let's go to the Undercoast path. I'm assuming Etir will join us. There she is. Let's talk to Etir. You approach the angel. Ah, here we go. What is the matter, cleric? How many times have you been down here? The Undercoast Path, as it is known, is not a place I travel too often nor lightly. It is close to the gravity flip, thus filled with the horrors of the Undercoast. We must be vigilant. Even my might is challenged by this place. Meek says same. This where big monster came from. I forgot Meek is here too. Where are we heading, do you think? You have delved far into the old prison. You have parlayed with him in the pipes. Now it remains the real answer. The tea shop and its remains. Find the rogue spellcaster. Post haste. I know you're not helping out on behalf of Darrow, so why then? I assumed my intentions were clear, cleric. I'm here to help. Out of the goodness of your heart? Partly. I'm interested in your methods. I see your survival of these dangerous grounds as a positive. A positive for you? If I am lucky, that could be the case. Oh. What I want is, I want. Her voice stops for a moment. Oh. Oh, then she says, I want to learn something about humanity. My intuition tells me this path could lead me to such a case. What does this mean? I could teach you a lot about humans. I'm a human myself on my mother's side? Wait a minute. Is he not fully human? That's a... This late in the game, I'm already still learning stuff about the cleric. Again, he's so mysterious. He doesn't reveal stuff about himself. We try this one. I could teach you a lot about humans. I'm a human myself on my mother's side. Are you half-breed? Well, I'm slightly dwarven in an ancestral way. How quaint. We will see if my assistance will be in any way revelatory. Her help is sorely needed. Hey, it's nice to have an angel on your shoulder, especially one that doesn't nag at you. Weird. She's a bit confused, trying to act cool, kind of? I'm very curious. This is a very... Why? I want to dig into this a little bit. That's about why. You do not understand. Excuse me. I am interested in your methods. I see your survival of these dangerous grounds as a positive. For you... wants to learn... Interesting. Indeed. I guess there's not really any other answers that would, give me more insight on this. Can you heal me? No, cleric. I do not prepare any healing magic on my outings. I do not travel in a party regularly. I do not require any type of physical healing during my regular duty. I do require a focus on offensive magic. Thus, I do not prepare any healing. But you do know how to heal, right? Her many eyes glare at you. How does your magic even work? I cast via innate magic. My body is ingrained with strings, as are most celestial beings of the Golden Horde. Unlike a wizard, I do not prepare spells. Unlike a cleric, I do not get them channeled to me. I wield the strings myself from eternal connections. You never learned how to heal? In my early years, I performed a shock assault, not support. I was not granted such innate esoteric knowledge. Okay, so she... Interesting, yeah, no, she's a shock trooper. How would you expand your magical abilities in that case? You get no telepathic message. Is she not able... Is she stuck with... She has a lot of abilities, but she's stuck with what she was born with. Because it's innate magic. That's interesting. Are you unable to teach yourself new magic? My body has innate magical abilities. Those abilities were granted by powers beyond this realm. That is not something one molds. It is something static, divine. which will never fade. Whoa, hit a nerve. Pride and ego. Yeah, dangerous combo. Never is a strong word. Yes, it is. I guess that's the real difference. Mortal men adapt to the storm, Anticipalians simply weather it. Something as such, yes. A fleeting being made from flesh and humors makes warmth and desire. It also makes war and strife. Ah yes, for angels are so very much peaceful in their nature. Oh, intelligence is being sarcastic here. Arcanists made a war of a grand scale, yet the Gate War eclipses it all. My kin are more balanced, more refined, for good and ill. Are they? Are you? I don't know. What about the Gate War? You fought in it, didn't you? I did. For many eyes observe you. When gods cry, the tears flow. A drop is not beholden to the whims of its dreams. She speaks in riddles to get around the point. You like the chaos, don't you? Her face moves. Oh, I hit something. I hit a nerve. The cracks of that porcelain veil morphing an inch before settling in its original position once more. They say a singer without its choir will succumb to the corruption of the flesh, as an angel would fall without that point of grace. A part of me envies your flesh, your decay. Where that part will lead me, I do not know. It is a thought, an infectious idea which would have even me, a rare creature of early birth among the Golden Horde's remnant choir, be seen as broken. If I do let it grow, I might learn to wield healing. Your goblin companion listens in with a strange expression on his face. He is witnessing something far outside his pay grade. But that is not today. You are stunned by this display. She is open. Yeah, she was... Yeah. The angel turns her sliced head. How long have you been living in the guard tower? Not long. Only 5 years. Relatively speaking, with her lifetime, it would be a short duration. It's like a quarter of my lifetime. That appears correct, yes. Over the course of my slightly longer service to this city, this has been my first static quarters. Since I do not require rest, I would previously keep all my belongings and archives at my then office at the Tolstad Sergeantry. It is located beyond Darrow House. However, my presence was not appreciated over time. Several Earthguard members reported me as a disturbance. Oh, they didn't like her. The same issue arose during my time at the palace. As such, I was eventually granted the guard tower. It was procured by the magistrate in order to deal with these issues. Why would they complain? It'd be awesome to have an angel around for protection. That is how I would assume it as well. The reports called me a potential esoteric danger, a foreign agitator, as well as overall difficult to work with. Okay. I can see the part where, again, Earthfolk are kind of xenophobic, so anyone different from them probably makes them uncomfortable, so that's not a good thing. Though difficult to work with, I can also understand that. She's probably too different. We had the same problem when we first talked to Atir. She was a bit standoffish and hard to talk to, but once you get to know them, they're actually quite cool. I was not given a chance to argue with these reports, and as such, my only option was to agree. Oh, I don't like this. You're too exotic to simply mix in after all. That's terrible. I hate that answer. That's shitty. Earthguard politicking always is. Yes. In the days of Earth, there was another level of respect to be had. That I miss. Don't look back, look forward. Her eyes take in your words, even with her body language cold and distant. Then she says, in that monotone telepathic voice, "What else, cleric?" Okay, that was a good time waster, in a way. Well, actually, it was a good conversation, too. It wasn't a waste of time. 1846. Now what? What else? Oop. I think I've already exhausted all the dialogue options with the snail, though. Yeah, he's still here. Oh, no, there's a new thing here. What do you know about Iomestra? Iomestra. Where did you hear that name? His eyes stretch out towards you. You startled him by mentioning that name. Oh, the living... Oh, I see. So we did... The reason that topic came up because we did the living library quest after we had that conversation with him. The living library in the city below. His eyes slowly retract. I suppose I should tell you a story about Jor then. Oh, story? Cool. Story time. Yay. Usually I'd be like, no, let's not, but I need time to waste here. He slides around the floor as he speaks. What we know of Jor, some is derived from early witnesses. Most, however, is recalled directly from his secret original apprentices. Jor's apprentices hid in the shadows as to not become targets during the invasions. So imagine it comes as quite a shock to you that we know about those. What? They're not secret, not anymore. Huh. But there are 8 of them. Did you know that? Think about what you know about the... I don't know too much. Personally, I don't know too much about this part, so maybe the... Oh, I forgot he's psychic, so he can read our mind. Right. What did you ask then? Iomestra? She is one of the apprentices. Interesting. No, we don't know their names, or at least I don't. Just that there were 8 of them. Oh. In that case, let me tell you. Iomestra was the apprentice of Goodland. She was the first cord puller of Tulankatl, speaker of Jor. Goodland. Oh, right. The translation must be confusing. That is the native term we use for this here slice, or band. That is what you call it. You call it Ascani. You knew this apprentice? She was my friend. Oh. Ion would travel from tower to tower whenever she visited the city. She was old, frail by the time I was born, yet she traveled like no other. I was taught prestidigitation by her own personalized version. No doubt you would ask me to teach you, but that would be impossible. Only she could be a good enough teacher to spread out such a complicated cantrip. Very convenient but difficult to master transmutation cantrip. It can do pretty much anything from heating tea to cleaning clothes to creating minor sensory effects or temporary objects. It's extremely versatile, and a talented user is able to wield it into even greater forms of usefulness. Okay. Fascinating. Prestidigitation taught directly from Jor himself. One day you will master it, surely. You must. Very useful. He lets out a pained groan. Her disappearance was the first great omen of our people. My wife, Tut, was even closer to her. We missed her dearly. So you spoke of someone who spoke directly to Jor? Yes, many times. She could never tell us much about her master, of course. However, it was clear he too was an interesting figure. A personality, if you will. Just like all the tales painted. Just like... Oh, yep. What was she like? Kind. He nods. They used to call her the neutral good apprentice. I tended to agree. Did you speak with any other apprentices? I'm afraid not. Or perhaps lucky. Not all of them were so friendly to the local populace, though most of them were simply destroyed during the Gate War. Why would he send an apprentice? Why not talk to you himself? That is a good question. We never had an answer. Why did she disappear? That is a very good question. One day she was there, the other she was not. I was the last of our kind to meet with her. I found her acting peculiar, stressed. She asked me, Isk, how much would you wager on a shell flip? And waited for my answer. I told her I'd wager nothing important on such bad odds. A shell flip? It's when you toss a flat shell into the air and see which side it lands on. A 50-50 fair game. Well, coin flip. Their version of it. He shakes his head. Aya Mestra, she accepted my answer and then left. I'm still not sure how to interpret such a strange question. But that was it. She was gone. The Gator of Askan, our connection to Jor, gone. Soon after, just a few years, Etsuth burned it all down. Jeez. The snail man lets out a blubbering sigh. Since I've been given a second chance, perhaps we will find out. One day. Oh, they could... That's kind of... This game's incredible, but they could, it could open the way for a sequel. So there could be lots of elements, lots of lore that maybe people remember, and it comes up again. Though, I think one of the hard things of this game is there's kind of an overload of lore. I think, to be honest, I'm not. There's a lot of good stuff, but it's hard to. You kind of need notes to keep track of it all. Kind of like if you're playing in an actual D&D campaign. But this is, it's a lot, I have to say. Okay, so that helped a little bit. Wonder if these two have any different dialogue. I don't like this place. It is a facility of the Tulan cattle. You are wise to be dismayed, for it is cursed grounds. My light will guide us only so far. Stay close. Yes, please. Okay. You can also talk with Snell here. Stay real close. This is a terrible place. You see your companion already has his sling ready. He clenches his jaw and just nods. We got a pretty decent party going now. A party. She repeats the phrase in your mind. Yeah, it's a hoot. Meek is in party too. Indeed. Oh, shit. Snell jolts as the mimic appears around your neck. I forgot you took that thing with you. Meek is no thing. Meek is mimic. It even rhymed. The goblin squints at your talking scarf. No, it doesn't. It does rhyme, Snell. He squints at a tear. Oh, I like this party banter. I really don't think it does. The angel turns her face away for a moment, and after a dramatic pause, whispers in your mind. Perhaps you are correct. The goblin has the kind of expression that says, I can't believe I ever feared this is celestial. Meek think it rhyme? Snell sighs. Can we go now? I like that interaction. Let's go visit this warlock. Everclear? I don't remember his name. Let's talk with him. Everglad, that's his name. Dragon. Low. There's no option. And we have a tier here, so there's nothing. We tried. I think I tried attacking him, but I think it did nothing. Though I don't know if I did it with or without a tier. So just for funsies, I'm just gonna try this. Cleric, you cannot do this. Destroy abomination. It's probably just not going to result in anything here. You got some XP from that. Sure. I'll take some XP from that. Why not? It would have been fun to try to attack him, though. And yeah, the rest of the prison, there's nothing else to do, right? Because there are no other NPCs. Getting closer to 19 o'clock, though. I'm starting to think that maybe we can at least get to do the elf quest here. I just need to waste a bit more time. But maybe it might not be possible to do this one because, again, I'm having so much difficulty finding ways of I don't think I can. I need to wait 5 more hours, which is kind of crazy. So I might maybe we just go straight, just do the last quest and leave that one alone, unfortunately. It's kind of sad, but I don't know what else to do. Okay. Can I just redo some of these topics? Maybe I can. Questions. Oh, there's a living library hidden in the tunnels underneath the city. You could check that out, maybe? Hold on, here? You don't mean the living library of Tulankatl. Oh. Okay. So it's actually a Tulankatl creation. Potentially. Then it survived. Oh, how wonderful. The living library is one of the greatest creations of our empire. Or at the very least, the most practical. You made that thing? Not me. It was made by the great Hick Lesh. I probably shouldn't mention that I really pissed off the living library, right? You moron. A lady she was, before my time. A great wizard of... Sorry, you did what? I didn't say that out loud. You pissed it off? Did you not go through an equivalent exchange? Oh boy. I see. Well, that is unfortunate. No matter, I'm just happy it still exists. And now I know where it's hiding. I will be investigating it soonish. Okay, cool. Blah, blah, blah. I think we've done this already. He's asking about the humans. Blah, blah. Yep, we know that thing. Humans on Diminor. Post-war era. Complicated. Yeah, we already went through all this. I don't think... Joke's on you, you cannot even remember what you look like underneath, really. Okay, so that didn't really pass time. Let's see. I'm just clicking through this, try to... I already have the Staff of Strings. I already went through all this. This isn't... This isn't progressing time. Sure. Yeah, I'm not seeing... Still 1848, so it's not really progressing time. So I have to find some other people to... It's weird. I guess I suddenly got the staff of... Oh, that's a bug. Whoops. Oh, that's a bug. I got 2 staffs of strings. Maybe I shouldn't have that in my inventory. Can I reload? Let me see if I can reload here. That's seeing, I really should not have that. It's still in here? Okay, good. Okay, I only have 1. Alright, I don't know what else to do. Need to waste 12 minutes. I talked with the mushroom man. I don't know if there's any little druid people here. That goes back to the labyrinth. This thing we interacted... Yeah, that's a shrine. So that's not useful. We can talk to this dude again. Yeah, since we have a tier here, she can translate for us. Yeah, there's nothing left to do down here. Shoot. This game is so good, but this last part is like, I feel like I'm pulling teeth trying to just... Again, I wish they just put in a... Just a I don't want to heal, I just want to pass time. See below, is there anything... I'm trying to think of any other NPCs we can talk to. River crossing. Below. We went to the Grove. We went... There's the crocodile guy, but he's not that interesting. There's actually not that many people in the city below now. Like, we pretty much cleared all that place, right? Yeah. Another crossing, I guess. I think one guy that we would have had a good... One guy we should have talked to a lot is the imp, the lawyer imp. But I don't... The thing is, I don't think he's around right now. He's usually around in the day, like in various places, but I don't think I saw him anywhere outside at this time, right? Yeah. He's not in the tavern, I think. He doesn't come here. Yeah, he's not around. Also, I never really interacted with this jukebox. Your eyes take in the enticing green glow of the diskettes. Diskette. An esoterically infused stone disc which has been engraved with a spoken word spell. These have been mass-produced since the mid-arcane era. Their presence lights up the night in glorious rhythm. Oh, hells yeah, now we're talking. So many nights spent looking over the track lists. Just don't think about the time they threw you out for playing DLS 15 times in a row. DLS. Dillion's Last Stand. A classic dive bop that got really popular around the time you were born. All the region players know it. Dillion... Oh, it's also a poem. A poem about an adventurer who accidentally kills his companion, then pays all his treasure to resurrect him. These days, it's considered slightly racist. However, the music track by the same name is still played around the coast. Interesting. Play the disc. Highland Fling. You press the button and the glowing diskette is pushed by a tiny metal sprongle. Oh. Act 1 scene. Oh, this is like the same music in the Free Strider Guild. That's cool. Hill Waltz. Oh, yeah, I recognize this music. Check the other buttons. You press one of them and the mechanism inside doesn't activate. The jagged movement indicates that the deeper sprongles have been broken off. Unfortunately, that means only the first 3 diskettes are playable. Let's see. I'll just stop the playback there. It's kind of cool. Who to talk to? I don't know. Can we try to find the imp outside? I don't think he's out there, though. I'll just look around. Already been through this area. Yeah, we've already explored this area here. Is he down? I've seen him sometimes hang out down here, but I don't see him anywhere. Unfortunately, yeah, we're in a time when there's nobody around. No, it's not. Those are posters. Damn it, I don't know what to do. This is kind of silly. I just need to waste 12 minutes. Anybody here? Nope. What am I gonna do here? Windmill. We've already been to the windmill. We've already been to the tea shop. I'm trying to click through any of these other things just to see if it advances time at all. Talking about some picture, I don't know what they're... Getting some XP from it at least. Oh, okay. So, okay, time is slowly going. Okay, I'm not going to read all this because again, I'm just trying to circumnavigation blessing. What is this? Any individual who completes a full turn around the coast is rewarded with an esoteric boon suspected to be from Jor himself. This usually grants the user the ability to cast a cantrip. Oh, prestidigitation at will. Interesting. So she knows it. How do you travel? Okay, this might be all interesting, but I really just want to get the quest over with here. The record. Okay, she's sympathetic with the halflings. Yeah, okay. Blah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Okay, I'm at 1849. I don't know. I really just want to get this over with. Anything else I can do? Well, we talked with some animals. Actually, there's one thing I'm actually curious about. There's some things we can interact with our inventory. So things like, let's see. What do we got here? We got that talking ant. I got so much stuff in here. That's the cranium ant here. Yo. The ant crawls around in your hand. Duck. Okay, nothing interesting there. I could talk with Meek. Meek is with. Meek is ready. Nope, same. Nothing there. I don't know. Oily instructions. This is for the 3 spell. Yeah, I think if the imp lawyer was here, I'd just talk their ear off, but they've disappeared. I don't know where they disappeared to. I could go back into the Sphinx and just talk with people, I guess. Let's go to, I guess, Rick Spider again. Many people have solved the riddle. 2 that I know of, at least. One was a bit more discreet than the other. However, I promised to keep a secret, so... Oh, she can tell us who solved it. Fine, I'll say, but promise not to tell anyone. The first one is sort of a myth these days, but it was your god, good cleric, Urf. Urf solved the Sphinx's trial? Yep. I wasn't here to witness it, of course, but that's what Olzes told me. And if you can't trust the ancient Gynosphinx, then who can you trust? In a second? A year ago, I caught a certain fellow entrepreneur having a chat with Olzes, and I ended up getting a glimpse of their convo. It was Viskin. Viskin solved the riddle. You know, the local mortician. Olzes won't talk about it, but he totally solved one of her riddles and got something in return. No idea what, but hey, you didn't hear from me, she says, and winks. Riddle. Okay. 2 friends. No, we're not friends. Does Snell spend a lot of time in here? You don't need to ask her, it's not relevant. He does, she says, ignoring his comment. Although this is the most convenient 3rd place for the HWPT, so it's not like he's got too many options. 3rd places. A place for community and socialization that is not home or work. This is a crisis, because in the real world, 3rd places are disappearing because of our hyper-capitalistic, everybody is busy society. I won't ask the sexual tension question. That seems not too great. Tell me about the owner of the tea shop. Just tell me. Blah, 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 blah. Found him on Waterline in the warehouse. You, what? She burst into a deep chuckle. That fool. So he really did just try to run away from this mess. I won't blame him though. So sometimes when things go our way, fleeing is the only logical business decision. Not that I've ever been there, she mutters and gives you a cheeky smirk. Elf, elf, elf. You know what? Screw it. I found a dead elf in the tea shop. She stares at you. Don't say that. Just say that shit. That's sensitive information. You... What? You hear a groan coming from Snell. She looks around, her eyes wide open. She's making sure no one else heard. Firstly, someone actually died in the tea shop? And it was an elf? Come on, the cleric's tired. He says things. She tries to keep herself from talking loudly, but it's clearly difficult. You can sense her fear. I can't discuss details. I get it, city business. You see the gears turning behind her bright eyes. You've given her the most valuable asset on the coast. Juicy info. This might bite you in the ass later. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Ah, shoot. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Reload. I feel like that was maybe too much. Damn it. Okay, maybe I'll... we did waste some time down there, but... I don't know, I'm just struggling here. Excuse me. Okay, we'll do this all again, but not touching that topic. Do this check again. Just barely a success, jeez. Oh. Okay. Do this again. I'm just trying to waste time. Place. Looking for a hag. The Asgul chant. Well, that's about the Asgulus newspaper. Masked assassins. Kill me. What am I supposed to do? I'm running. I need people to talk to, but I'm like... Oh my goodness. Talk to Rollo again? Nope, I think I've exhausted that one. And we did go down this way, right? I think. Oh yeah, that's the way into the... We could talk with the hag, maybe. I forgot that she was down there. Let's go talk with the hag. So we're gonna go into the city below again. There's also that weird lake. It was kind of... I think it required us to pay like 10,000 crowns to buy the property. Which way was it? I think it was, yeah, up this way. We can interact with the house. Pet the house. You give the right leg a few pats, but it doesn't seem to react in any meaningful way. You can't talk, I assume? No reply. Nudge Snell. Do you think we should do something about this? The goblin looks at you, and then to the esoteric's shadow. No. I would prefer not to be pierced by that thing. It doesn't have to be violent. But somehow, in some indescribable way, I have a feeling it will. Okay. And there's this lake. Return, Surface Walker. I would like some of your healing water. If I do these dialogue options, does it waste time? Trying to see if it does anything here. Nope. I could buy some healing water, but I don't know if it does anything. Let's go inside. Somehow I doubt it. If you so, do you think we should take her to the stockade or something? He shrugs and whispers back, "I don't know. Do you think you could even take a hag? I don't know. Do you think I could? Somehow I doubt it. If you do try it, I'm not going to help. Just so you know." We can fight her. You think she did it? Honestly, no. She doesn't seem like an assassin to me. If it was an accident, she would give herself a better alibi. I mean, she's a hag for God's sake. She could probably conjure something up, right? Okay, so we're not going to do that. Finer. Blah, blah, blah. There's an idiot. He wanted extra cash and had a hidden room. City, yeah, we know that already. It's illegal, yes, very true. Blah, blah. List of fireballs. Time isn't going forward here, so I'm like, does a lot of job for the free striders. Drummer left the shop closed for you too then. Weren't you there? You were late. Okay, oh no, yeah, no, time is going forward very slowly. It's really hard to tell, like, what exactly makes time go forward here. She's basically saying she did not blow up the tea shop, and we believe her. I guess this is just going around in circles. This is actually going around again. What am I supposed to do? I feel like the game didn't really account for the fact that I got to the end of day 5 and I don't have anybody to do I have any items that actually... Maybe there's an item that restores my hit dice? Maybe I have something like that? Recovers 2nd level spell slots, 3rd level spell slots, 1st level spell slots. Okay, don't need any of that. Can be used to cast spells. Bring a protection. Bureaucrats, Earthfolk, Elves, Esoteric Events, blah 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 blah. 10-foot light. And there's the deck of many things we could... We could play around with that. I don't... Again, I'm out of ideas at this point. Gonna make my way back out here. I'll go back up to the top level. I'll save the game and then I'll play around with the deck of many things. I just want to see what happens. If it helps me waste time, I'd be okay with that. Okay. So, deck of many things. Where is that? Examine. You take out the deck of many things. It is heavy in your hands. One card juts out invitingly as you hold it up. Is it dangerous to draw a card? Yes. Each card can break you or bring you fortune. Hey, Snow. Yeah? You know what this is? A dangerous magic item? Not perceptive of you. Oh, I was correct. I sure hope you weren't expecting me to draw a card. I mean, if you want to. No, thank you. I suggest you also shouldn't draw one, cleric. At least until we finished our business here, all right? But I kind of want to. You're your own man, cleric. I won't stop you. I'm just very much suggesting that you don't esoteric yourself into another state of being. That state of being? Dead. Did he just use esoteric as a verb? What a travesty. Let's draw cards. Are you certain? Statistically, according to legends, it would be an incredibly stupid idea to do so. However, if you must, then to reiterate, if your first card is a negative, draw one more, then stop. That should maximize your chances of getting something decent out of it. Okay. I wonder if this is actually random. This will be pretty fun. The vellum material of the card feels light as you grab it. You hear a whisper. A groan. A deep, unnerving part of you is screaming to throw everything away through miraculous fate. You flip it over. It says balance. You feel an urge to say one of 6 sentences. You must speak. Now. Well, maybe it, balance card, huh? I wish to be wise. Yeah, since we did a wisdom run. I want to be wise. Ability score increased by 2. Oh, you have to give up something for this. I can say, I want to be wise and I don't want to be wise. And nothing changes. Okay. Huh? Did something change? An esoteric effect, surely. Right. Well, maybe you should stop there. Nope, draw more. It says gem. With a poof, the card disappears out of your hand, replaced by a heavy, fancily embroidered bag. Inside you find amber nickels. You know intuitively how much money you hold. 50,000 crowns? Oh. Look at that, you got a good one. Congrats, you're rich, cleric. Look. Look at these shiny coins. You struck it big, baby. Rich? Well, relatively speaking. 50k? That's enough cash to... The goblin thinks about it for a few seconds as you revel in your wealth. A real expensive manor apartment is like 1,000 a month to rent, right? Something like that. So with this, you could live in one for 10 years or so? That's a good amount of money, cleric. Holy shit. Agreed. Now you just gotta keep this money safe in your little pouch of holding and invest it. Invest! Make it grow. Is my life gonna change now? It's not that much money, but it's a first step toward real wealth. Generational wealth, which includes creating new generations. Time to spread that seed, man. Oh boy. Ew. Yeah, that's a great response from Wisdom. What should I do with this money? There's magazines in the kiosk, there's merchants on the streets. But right now, just keep it. Don't want to alert anyone that you're in the upper class just yet. I'm going to stop here. I think we just got real lucky right now. As you mentally decide to not draw another card, the deck appears to react to it. The card jutting out retracts and once I stop, I can't keep going. Then the zinc begins to glow faintly blue. Then with a quick pop, the deck and all the remaining cards suddenly disappear from your grip. No fanfare, no esoteric particles. It just went out of existence. Oh. Okay. Your companion taps you on the shoulder. Good choice. Or, well, the good choice would have been to not draw at all. But it wasn't the worst choice to stop while you're ahead. Okay. Huh. So now I have 50,000 gold. Can I go buy the lake? Because I remember that one had a ridiculous price. I'm just going to poke down here for a sec. And see if we can... I wonder, because now I have enough crowns. Is that going to be enough here? Does it actually show me how many crowns I have? Oh yeah, 50,748. It's also possible that maybe nothing changes with this option here. Let's take a look. Water stir as you approach. Pour in an entire 10,000 crowns. Okay. Okay. So okay, here we go. Here we go. So this, I guess, I don't know if this is the only way to get 10,000 crowns, but let's see what happens here. Pour in 10,000 crowns. Because again, that's what the lake said that was the price to buy this. The many coins sink into the depths of the lake. The elemental swirls with satisfaction, and a piece of paper floats to the surface. A wet deed. It is done. These waters, this land, yours. May you find what you seek in the deep places. Sweet. Good way to spend your vast fortune. You feel certain about this. If you get some stairs put in, make sure it's populated enough for the city below to not swallow it or shift around. Give or take 5 to 15 years, and you'll be a big-time landowning overclass type person. I'm a landlord. Oh no, I don't want to be a landlord. I feel like I might regret this in a couple of years. I'm sure you already do. The elemental in the water slowly ripples out, fading off into the crevices of the cave. The voice is no more. So that's it. What is this wet deed that I got? Where is it? Oh. Okay. +4 dexterity. It's actually not bad. It's actually the most dexterity. Yeah, that's the most. Yeah, that's straight up dexterity there. Okay, cool. Well, I could have gotten some holy water from them. It's weird I can't even have the lake now. Should I have bought some holy... Sorry, I'm gonna just reload here. I just want some holy water. In case that might come in handy. There's no option to buy it. Or healing water, I should say. The coins sink, disappear. A small sphere of water rises to meet you. Drink. Oh, okay, no, you can't. I can't bottle it. I see. So never mind. I didn't need that. I was thinking they would be like an item that I could get and maybe use it at some point later. Okay, let's buy it again. Blah, blah, blah. Give me the deed. Okay. I still have 7 minutes to waste. I'm not sure if I just got really lucky with the deck or not. But I'll take it. I'll take the 40,000 crowns that I have now. There's these ruins again. And nothing interesting really happening here. It's a calendar. Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, hold on. I just had a thought. I just remembered there's a calendar in the tower I sleep in that has a whole lot of lore attached to it. I think it's all about learning the chronological system in this game. So I'm going to head over there, and hopefully that's going to be enough of a time waster to finally get to 19 o'clock. Apologies for those who are watching this. Like, sorry if it's not the most exciting content, but just really, there's a small reason why I really want to get that at least that elf quest, because there's an item that I really am interested in. But I think it'd be very useful. I did read up on the quest and its outcomes. I won't spoil it too much at the moment. Yeah, this thing over here. This thing, it was about to go. At first thing I looked at this, it was like, oh, okay, do you want to learn about all the months and days and years and eras? And I'm like, nope, I don't have time for that. Most households in Norvik have one. Your mom had one that would glow on birthdays. It's spinning ever so slowly. The outer wheel moves one full step every day. The middle wheel moves every month, and the inner moves every year. This one seems special. It keeps track both the seasons of Askan, Reeds, and Vergani, as well as all major Earthfolk holidays. Check out the holidays. You look at the various holidays marked into the copper plate. Gorgoni, Earth's passing. Earth's passing. The day your god died. Norvik used to celebrate this with fervor when you were little, as many fanatics believed that he would return if they hosted a truly legendary feast. Oh, they were trying to resurrect him. Okay. Belteni, Fast of Took. In remembrance of the tribulations of the Earthfolk back in Old Dimenor, a feast is held. Most devout would abstain from sustenance for 36 hours in preparation. March. Great Migration. The day the Earthfolk arrived on the Ascani shores for the first time, often celebrated by cleaning and preparing boats for the first breaking of the ice. But since it's no longer as cold as it used to be in March, people often head out on fishing trips to celebrate. Belten, Blood Night, and also 7 Silence. Blood Night is solemn holidays usually spent visiting graves of loved ones, especially fallen soldiers. Each day of a week, you're supposed to pray for a different fallen soldier. River Run. Good food and fresh crayfish by River Torna is served by various gatherings. The kids are supposed to run or bike along the river as the ships race each other. Folk's Feast. A great celebration during the short Ascani summer. Many animals are slaughtered and many treats are baked for this annual celebration. It is held on the longest day of the Ascani sun. Toll's Dance, a holiday for lovers and young people who meet up at various fields outside the city to dance through the night. You were never invited to one. Oh no. Phoenix Watch. On exactly 28 days before Ascani Autumn, a phoenix passes over Norvik going inland. For an hour, the intense light turns night to day. Torna's flame. To hold the darkness of autumn at bay, a great bonfire is placed on the top of a longship and lit on fire in Norvik. It is then sailed north on River Torna, where it is relit in every major settlement during the coming weeks. Finally, Robelight Night? Before the eternal darkness and intense cold of Ascani winter begins, a group of women are selected in Norvik to perform a series of chants on the banks of River Torna. It is said in the past that these women would be allowed to walk upon the water and cross the river through their love of earth. Look at the marking that says Founding of Norvik. The calendar says 468 Arcane. The Arcane era was 511 years. Since it is currently the 27th year of the post-war era, that means Norvik was founded 70 years ago. It probably will not reach 100. Don't say that. Don't ever say that. Earth City will live for 1,000 years, you blue knave. Keep telling yourself that. If the Arcanist could not reach more than a half a millennia, this city has no chance in all the hells. That, you feel, is guaranteed. Okay. 27 post-war. We did that. Third month. It's interesting that March is the same name as our March. Day is it? March 26th. The election is in 1 day. Okay. Well, I guess I could have checked this to see how many days I had left. Oh, whoops. No. Okay, that did not waste any more time. God damn it. What am I supposed to do? This is pain. This is painful. I'm trying to find people to talk to. And really not... usually there's like... Yeah, the imp was usually here as well. So I sometimes saw them hanging about, but... This is all empty during this time. I can't short rest. Do I have anything that replenishes die? Like hit die or anything? I don't think so. These are all just HP. These are all just spell slots, and those are shards of Jor. Helmets, weaponry. Pickaxe of Secrets. I've already done this. Yeah, I've already done that. Key items. Actual keys. Bracken, cool leaves. Bunch of literature. I've already looked through. Resistance note. We looked through this, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I wish there was an item to like restore. Whoa, I don't want to cast that. Oh, I wish I could just like short rest, but I can't. So the only thing to do really is to just run around. Talk with Viskin, maybe. Or maybe this guy. Some questions for you. Fairly charmed person. Blah, blah. Or his crossbow. Visk in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. I heard you solved Ulzis's riddle. You are better at investigations than I imagined, cleric. Yes, I completed one of her riddles. What was your riddle? It was a test, if anything, about fire, life, and death. That's all I can say. Oh, are you bound by some oath? No, cleric. I am simply being courteous. To Ulzis? He nods. To the Sphinx. So you know Ulzis, then? She is aware of me. We do not fraternize. But I do not enjoy angering her. Oh, they're not friends. They don't talk to each other, but they don't want to get in each other's hair. That makes sense. I don't want to tell him about the Scroll of Wish. That's probably a bad idea. We're not going to get his help to get into the pillar. So I'm just going to click through this. I already cast comprehend languages on this though, didn't I? Is this the one we got the mage hand from? You should. I think this is... I'm gonna click through all this. Read the full book, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Please skip time. Please, for the love of good of the gods. Power would kill. Yeah, we read about that. Mage hand. We already have that. Oh yeah, we already tried to learn a power word spell. Okay, that did nothing, so I'm gonna reload. That was basically going around in circles. What the hell? Anything else to interact? There's no books or anything. Go back to the starting area downstairs. I don't think there's anything here. We resurrected this guy. Is the imp down here somewhere, maybe? Is there any other people I can interact? No, most of these are just goblins. They're not... There's Nassan up there. And this way... This doesn't go anywhere. Just need to waste 6 minutes. God damn it. We'll go up this way again. This one heads back into this area here. This is Snell's apartment. Already did that. This is a little board of red wires. Talk to Snell here, maybe? I don't know if there's any other... Nope, there's no other dialogue in here. God damn it. And these doors don't open into anything. Where else can we go? Water Lane. We already went to. If the scholar was here, that would again. But he's sleeping at the tavern. Maybe go here. There's the Smoke Mephit here. Talk with him. The awesome guy. Okay, so there'll be no trouble. Yeah, sorry, I'm just not, I'm just struggling here. I don't know. I feel like I've interacted with most other things. I'm just trying to... I feel like I'm just scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Nice outfit, human? Oh. Thank you. And all the there's no more NPCs that I've not talked with yet. Or at least if they are, there's this guy here. It's not really interactable. What's this? Dwarves. Oh, this is dwarven architecture. We can't go into... Oh, we can. Oh, what? Why is he here? He's supposed to be at the tavern. Okay, hold on. Maybe we can read some books then, because there's some books up here. Here we go. Jackpot. I can't believe I'm so excited to read some books, because these are all books I've not touched at all. All right. Let's get ready here. Maybe I'll do a full save before I do this. Hopefully this will be enough to get me all the way. Just need 6 more minutes to waste here. But yeah, this seems like a bug because he's supposed to be at the tavern, but he's just suddenly... Yeah, I think there's some weirdness going on here. The Folk by Alexandro. Someone your patriarch quotes a lot. His ideas modernize theocracies and reads, reviving them towards the end of the Arcane Era. This was the first book placed in your hands as an Earthfolk recruit. Open it. It's an old, worn copy of that same text. Musings about the divine era of great walking gods and their theocratic states. A history lesson, morphing into a series of guidelines, how modern leaders, as a response to the drawn-out Coast War, should return to the old. The proven, the organized, the divine. Although written from the perspective of not faith nor service to the holy, but rather that of service to the state. A modern theocratic vision, the nation as an entity not bound by the protection and lifetime of its god. Instead, the nation-state will survive on unifying cultural traits passed down from that god to his people. This, Alexandro writes, will fasten them into the earth, creating firm groundings for the states to exist beyond any others. The later chapters go on to describe his dream of a millennium empire, his grand plan, a nation to survive the passing of eras. A collection of ideas he gathers in this dream, an ideology structured around order without the weakness of monarchy, the chaos of democracy, or the esoteric dependence of magocracy. The Millennium Empire, the fascist ideal. We follow fascism. Yuck. Okay. Dangerous ideas. Fascism has led many cities astray and reads, whatever your thoughts are, this book is used to reshape the city. You know well how effective it is. Just remember, it was written by a gnome. It was what? Alexandro was a gnome. He tried using the so-called Fasci di Condottieri, the great mercenary warlords of Old Dimenor, to bring order to the neglected parts of the band. He was, however, ultimately destroyed by the same warlords he created when his followers failed in their coup of Salvalni. Oops. Ironically, the responsible squad reportedly did not realize who they had killed at first. They had simply been hunting down any non-humans in the city. Leopards ate my face. Moment there. This was not openly spoken about during your training. But yes, it is true. Something to ponder. That is indeed very ironic. Indeed it is. His followers misunderstood his message then? If a message is misconstrued, is that the fault of the reader or the writer? Could be both. Yes, it is both. You close it and place it back in its spot. Okay, we are wasting time. We're at 1855. We're getting closer. A blind manifesto by the hedonists. Or hedonists, I should say. The book. The book. Always listen to your hungry stomach, it says with big ugly letters on the first page. You should listen to that book and the stomach. This wonderful manual. Same as always, the book begins with a tirade about property ownership. Then on the 5th page, you find a diagram showing how to ritualistically summon a demon. It's incorrect, however, on purpose, supposedly. The purpose is metaphoric criticism of authoritarian governments. The rest is a series of extreme essays on the topics of hedonism, rejection of statehood, free association, maximizing sensation, direct democracy, and reciprocal exchange. It paints up an image of an ideal world where all can live without strife simply through the cooperation and love of all things. So it's very much a hippie book. Okay. Made illegal in many cities after its release in 466 AE, this rambling text has survived for one reason or another. It is the thing that makes you feel good. The text of truth. Interesting. Constitution is... He's literally, my gut is saying, this is good. This is a good thing. Look at the chapter on free love. You flip to pages 52. You remember it well. It has pictures. Oh, I see. Okay. I see why. I see. Okay, I understand now. Tiny scribbling. Something akin to stick figures positioned in various enwrapped unities. You remember the words well. The guide on how to make ultimate sensations of flesh. Kinda hot. In a sad way. Close the book. Reading filth like this will only darken your mind. But I like that sort of thing. Why not? Okay. Memoirs of a Statesman by Nicholas Darrow. So we read, this is a authoritarian book written by Gnome, who got ironically killed. This was written by a bunch of hedonists, and it seems like this seems like an anarchist book, in a way. It's not like Asgalist or Freestrider. It is anarchist, like just be free and love everybody, sort of thing. And then we have Memoirs of a Statesman by Nicholas Darrow. Again, Darrow is a fascist, so let's go back in this other direction here. The Coin Lord's Own Book. The first few pages are devoted to a rambling text about the history of governing. From ancient text from various beasts of Jor to gods of the divine era to several arcanist figures, Darrow then smoothly moves on to conflate their own accomplishments with his own. Oh, excuse me. Especially since he also includes an explanation of his lineage, that he is a direct firstborn grandson of Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth. Okay, this is like I don't know what the word is. Self-aggrandizing book here. Okay. It is not so subtle. The many, many pages go on to describe both practical, but mostly theoretical methods of statesmen a statesman should use when dealing with the populace, the bureaucracy, and the ideologies of modern life. You haven't read this before. Luckily, you don't have time to do so now either. Yes, I do. Generally, the book has a rather rough tone about democracy. A quote you've heard before from this book pops up towards the end. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk, to think them capable of making rational, informed decisions, devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. From what you remember, it caused quite a stir when it came out 2 years ago. Quite anti-democratic. No wonder people were upset to have a magistrate use such terrible language. You recall a rumor about Shield Lord Yarn having hated this book so much during its printing that he personally bought 200 copies only to burn them in his garden. Shield Lord. So yeah, the Darrow is the coin lord, so there's other lords. The magistrate handling industry, armies, city defenses, mining and refining, as well as resource allocation. Currently held by Eric Yarn in the North Wall District. Interesting. So even amongst the magistrates, this book wasn't popular. It's probably not true. Probably. Okay. Still 1855. But I did see the time did tick up when we were in the middle of Alexandro's book. Let's do this last one. And what is the title on this? The Dark Book of Shadow by the Shadow Lord. You pick up the black-covered tome. A faint tingle goes through your gloved hand. Oh. It's the most evil book I've ever seen. How'd they even get the cover to be that black? It's like a void. Thickened graphene. That is how they create the darkness on the cover. A memory lingers in this tomb. If you open it, if you open it, you shall recall. Okay, I need to be careful of this one then. This might have, this seems, because again, underlined options have significant implications later on. Very curious what it is though. So I'm going to save here. Should do a full save. Maybe it gives me a spell or something. That'd be kind of cool. Let's open it.
Huh?
Open it despite its evil nature. Whoa. The text is not dangerous. The pages show but a holy scripture of the Shadow Lord's lost religion, one of eternal servitude and the search for life in death. However, you remember it well. This was the first book you were ordered to study as punishment for your idiotic behavior at the towers. You remember your first journey toward the esoteric. Oh. Okay. At 20. How liberating it was to know beyond any doubt how much greatness hid within your mind. Blurred faces, hushed whispers. A crowd of thoughtful peers, each snickering about your hand. A raised hand among a crowd of sheep. Patriarch, it's not just a religious text. They stare at you. It's a spell book. Oh, those were the words. Oh, how they laughed. He asked you to prove yourself. So you did. I went up to the Patriarch. I took the Book of Shadow. Then yes. Oh, this is where, okay. Memorize, detect, alignment. You memorized it on the spot. Then you cast that ancient spell, once used by the Death Knights of the Shadow Lord to subjugate and control the minds of his people. A spell that is, despite its first level, not learned by most clerics until they grasp the intricacies of higher tier casting. Everyone was left stunned by your excellence. To not only master such a spell, but to do it in seconds instead of days. That moment, it was yours. From that moment, you marked your place at the towers as the greatest spellcaster, the greatest talent among them all. Well, that's why he's so special. However, as always, the weak fear the strong. That moment also began your ostracization. You would never be among them, never have peers. None would see you in any way as a brother or a comrade. I'd be a leader, I would be an enemy, I would be an obstacle, I would be their end. I feel like the nicest one of these ones, the least evil one, would be an obstacle. That would be an obstacle. You are. And you shall continue to be. Your vision is blurry. It is filled by the pages of that book. It is a good one despite its religious fervor. As many say, the Shadow Lord was as much an early arcanist as he was the greatest of the walking gods. Detect alignment. What does this do? It's a first level spell, right? Yeah. For an instant, any creature of the types aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead will be clearly indicated to you. Additionally, any behold check will reveal the creature's alignment in accordance to your strings. The spell affects all creatures in the current area. This is such a strange spell to have. Like, why would you want this? Why would you have this? Why is this in the game? Alignment hasn't been like the most. We've learned a little bit. We learned from the scholar like what exactly alignment is in this world. But in terms of mechanics or the game, the story itself, when would I ever have a chance? When would this ever be useful? It's very suspicious. I don't know about this spell. It's also not prepared right now. Okay. Well, I've done that.
Uh-huh.
And you... Just gonna run through this and see. See if I can. Okay. So time is going through. Okay, good. I just saw it go from 56 to 57. So let's keep going here. That's approvable. We did all that. Okay. Expert in alignment. Speaking of, I think we already went through all this, but let's see. Yeah, we already looked at all this, before. Again, I'm just trying to. Trying to get to 19 o'clock with this. It's kind of dumb that I have to do. I just have to click all this just to get this going. Neutral, lawful evil, chaotic good. Okay, that's about alignment. Okay, the alignment conversation didn't seem to progress time at all. I think it might be if you choose things you haven't chosen for, maybe that's what I need to do. Fuck love. Fuck it right away. Love is a completely unpredictable and dangerous encounter, yet I have yet to meet a sentient folk which is not afflicted by it. And interestingly enough, I see no difference. Okay. Just going around this dialogue again. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Mind healing. Okay, so okay, it is progressing. 1858. Just have to keep clicking. Come on, come on, come on. Ghost Adventure. Tea shop. We asked him about the clan lands. Peace right now. Just gonna go through all these again. It'd be kind of cool if they do a sequel, maybe they could make it take place closer to the Golden Line, where this whole thing with the Golden Horde and the halflings, like maybe the character you play could be a halfling, and you have to fight against the Golden Horde or resist against them. That'd make for a fun game. Okay, still 1850. I'm just gonna keep. I feel like this first option seems to tick time. Maybe. Again, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if anything I'm doing here is actually is it ticking forward because I click certain options, or is it clicking forward because I'm doing lots of them? Like maybe every single text here is actually. I don't know. I'm just going in circles here. I just need 2 more minutes. Come on. I'm just exhausting. Yeah, see, it turned to 1859. So I think it ticks forward based on the number of. We're so close. We're so close. Just wanna. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna keep repeating the same conversations. This is not realistic, but kids. Oh. Also heard that so there's so much text in this game, but if it at some point it would be cool if they added voice acting to the whole game, though I can see how daunting that would be, because that's a lot of dialogue, I have to say. I mean, Aether and Iron managed to, they have voice acting for pretty much all of its dialogue, but I mean, it takes time to record those lines. I also noticed that like some of the voice lines don't match the text because the mistakes are quite easy to add in there. But yeah, it would be cool if they added voice acting. It would actually give a lot more, it would give a lot more character and like understanding like what these characters are supposed to sound like. Yeah. Like I don't exactly like Snell probably has some sort of interesting, unique voice. So these other characters. Okay. And going around in circles, I really wanna... Oh, come on. Talk about the clan lands again, why not? Yeah, we already know that already. Yeah, okay. $18.59. Come on, tick just one more minute. I saw it did move. I don't know what else I need to do here. Good. I don't know why, again, I don't know why it's not ticking forward. It was... I need to slow down a bit here and make sure I'm actually doing this right. Yeah, for some reason, yeah, the tick from like 57 to 58 was like pretty quick. But this time it's not working. Oh, they're doing this again. Okay. Let's stop talking about alignment. Love again? It's very strange. Gender swapping? There we go, finally. Okay, I think it's based on new answers then. I see. There we go. Oh, no. Okay. Finally. Fucking frickin' finally. It's dusk. Yay! Jeez. So I think it is somewhat based on... You just have to choose the other choices in the conversations, because I just only noticed it moved to 19 o'clock once I chose something I hadn't even chosen before. It's very annoying. Okay. Let's finally do this. Okay, so the quest deals with... We're gonna do... Deals with the elf. Apparently there's an encounter that happens back at the Lich House, where someone appears to, I think, take the body. Let's head over there. Is there an easy way to get there? Oh, I think I know. There's a... Like, we take the goblin. Yeah, this is a nice shortcut here. I guess also the people's positions might have changed because it's now dusk. Okay, I'm gonna save again here. So apparently they should appear here, I think? This skin is here. Where do they appear? They appear... They may also appear near the guard tower, perhaps? I'm gonna check around here, see if I can... So it might be back at where... At Darrow's place. See if they... up here. On the inside? Where are they? That's a bit strange. I'm gonna have to... Hold on here. I have to look this up, I think. Give me a sec here. So the Elven Connection is the name of the quest. Once you return to the Hour Tower in the evening, Warden... Yes, there's supposed to be some Elven Warden that shows up. Return to the tower... An Ilum Warden appeared in the night. He explained how the dead elf was a traitor and he apologized for the inconvenience she caused. Problem is, I'm not sure how to trigger this, because it's also not very clear where exactly... It says, once you return to the tower in the evening. It is evening now. Did I just do all this for nothing? This tower, right? Tyr's not here. Do we actually fight? So apparently this warden's supposed to show up, and you have the option of, you know, just letting them go, or you can fight them, because they're basically going to say that the dead elf was actually a traitor to the Ilum Empire. Which, as far as we know in terms of our investigation, there doesn't really point in that direction, as far as I know. But I don't know where to find them. Oh, that was a bird. Part of me is kind of thinking maybe I should just start the end of the game, but it's already quite late now. I might have to finish it tomorrow. We already checked the corpse, right? Yeah. There's nothing else to do. I've already cast Speak with Dead and we can't do it again. on the corpse. So let's see if I can look up maybe another guide for this. Melvin connection. Let's see here. Speak to Viskin and you will see the elf corpse has been stolen. This will complete the quest. You can find next. Oh. I'm just reading. I'm just reading some things on here. Nope, that's not helpful. Day 3. Does it show up here? If you tell off Foz about the dead elf, oh, okay, yeah, I already did that. Oh, I see. Shit. Shit. Okay. So the warden doesn't show up until I think after midnight. It has to be nighttime. I don't know. Oh, I can't. I was hoping. I can't do short rest anymore. Or I can't do it at all. There's a way to just skip to the end. I'm just gonna just quickly look up here. Skip time. I don't. Is there a way to skip time? I don't think there is. Yeah, so I'm looking on the internet, and there's a question on Reddit that says, is there a way to skip time in Esoteric Ebb? And most of them say, talk to people. The problem is I've already talked to everybody. Like, there's no... I don't know. I'm kind of sad. There's nothing else I can do. I was under the impression that I could at least get the elf quest done, because I've assumed that the warden would show up at dusk, like at 7 o'clock right now. But apparently he shows up at midnight. I'll go check one more time, but this is quite annoyed. I mean, we at least got some little miscellaneous quests or like little miscellaneous things that we got through, but yeah, they're supposed to, so the warden is supposed to appear right here, apparently. And but it seems like they only appear at night, so that'd be midnight. And I can't waste any more time here. This is very, very dumb. I wish they put in... I think I'm gonna just start the end of the game at this point. Let's just do it. I don't know how long it'll take. It might take a few hours or something, but yeah. We're about as prepared as we can be here. So let's save. think my voice can handle it. Save here. Okay. Begin the process of entering the Pillar of Jor. If you do this, there is no going back. The gate might never allow you to return. Make sure you've finished all your other quests. I wish I could, but I can't. But don't worry too much about loose ends, unless you're going to act all quest obsessed. And check up on your consumables and so on. You don't want to run out in the beyond. Are you ready? Your soul is ready. This is the point of no return. You'll be given a free long rest once you choose a method of entering the pillar. You will need it for the journey to come. With those thoughts out of the way, how exactly do you wish to enter the pillar? Using the gemstone from Olzis would lock you into that path, but it could take some time to activate it properly. As you deliberate over your situation, Etir descends from above. She's ready to go with you. Use the Sphinx-attuned gemstone to open it. As you take out the gemstone, you feel it tingling in your hand. Olzis was very much correct. The emerald is now attuned to the pillar. It throbs excitedly as you bring it closer. Come on, seriously? It throbs. In an instant, you watch it begin to fade. Within seconds, the stone is almost translucent in your hand. Then gone, as if it turned into thin air. In your mind, a voice whispers to you in an alluring tone. It will take some time, cleric. Oh. Okay. I thought it was going to be like hours. Just wait a moment. The gate shall open to you soon. Oh, so just wait a bit? This is a pre-record. Oh, I saw. She made it put a pre-recorded message in the stone. This is a pre-recorded message. I cannot respond to you. I placed it within the attunement strings. Nifty, right? Anyway, this should be enough. I think it's limited to 50 words, which is... The voice goes silent. Oh, yeah, she always miscounts her messages. Practical magic. What was that noise? What? The goblin laughs. Was that 50 words? It was. You have time. Use it to rest. Oh, it's music. That's what we're hearing. Okay, wow. Last chance, you sure you want to come with Snow? He says nothing for a while. The goblin just looks up at the pillar. Yeah. I don't know. It might seem crazy, but from everything I've seen so far, if I just leave this be, if we don't pursue this guy, something terrible will happen. I can't be alone in thinking that. I'm glad you're with me, Snow. Yeah, same. Your sincerity is giving him an awkward amount of emotions. We can do this. I'm ready. You still into this whole helping mortals thing, Etir? I'm assisting your investigation in all non-city environments, yes. This includes the far realm and its many spatial formations. Have you ever been there before? No, cleric. I was born upon this plane. The generation before me did not. It shall be interesting to view a realm beyond, if also intimidating. You're not worried? You get no answer for a few seconds. Yes, cleric. There are many unaccounted questions about this type of journey. However, it shall be done. There is no doubt in my mind. Right. Thanks for coming along. She nods. Oh, and also Meek. What about you, Meek? You ready to head into the beyond? Sorry, where? We're entering a crack in the gate of Jor, my god. Meek has clearly not been paying attention to current events. Is this danger for Meek? Potentially. That is scary, but... Okay, Meek will guide cleric past any trap. There's trap and beyond, right? Of course there are all kinds of nasty traps. Yeah, great. Meek will help. Gods, I need to sit down. Do not worry, Snow. There are surely no folk-made traps in that place. Only beasts of the far realm. Great, thanks. I'd like to unsubscribe from Far Realm Facts now, please. I am not... oh, this is... I love the writing here. I am not a subscription service, Snow. The goblin hunches down and closes his eyes, taking deep breaths. This seems really dangerous even for me. Yes, it might be your end. However, is it not more important to make sure this does not happen again? It's risky. Might pay off, but it's risky. It is a foolish thing to throw oneself into the abyss. Yet in this particular case, it appears to be the only option you are left with if you wish to continue this journey. Let's hope this weird burning fellow you're hunting is a reasonable one, eh? Maybe you'll just have a nice talk. Wouldn't that be nice? It's probably not going to be like that. Complete my free long rest. You close your eyes. You feel the pillar rising up above the clouds, beneath the earth, piercing the veil of something beyond. You are ready. Okay, all the spell slots are filled. HP is filled. Snell takes a deep breath. Oh! Oh, wow, look at this. Here's Halo spelling faster. So I can make a decision to do this alone. That's interesting. Wonder what the implications of that sort of decision is. I think I want to bring my allies though, so... Am I ready? No. Alas, you shall do it nonetheless. Let's use it. Holding out the emerald, it does not appear magical. It does not glow, nor show any type of esoteric tingle, until you bring it closer to the surface of the pillar. He's touching it. Whoa. Oh, I don't see... What? What the heck? Oh, I see. I see what they're doing. He's going to warp speed. No, okay, the music makes a lot more sense now. You soar, the air careening. Deafening and silent, profound and debauch. It does not stop. I try to scream. But a force too loud. Attempt to move. In the direction of out. Okay, do anything. And you join in further. Treble, drilling, catching, burning. All senses alert. No chime to guide. Oh. Well, okay, wisdom did say. So, okay, try to think about your party. A scarf grips you. An angel is close. A goblin clings to life. You are on a path, carefully closing, quickly cutting, violently pressing. There is a calming pressure rising. Oh, here we go. Shit! Your earthly organs compromising. Ugh. Each orb and lobe so gently breathing. You are dead. An interconnected disbelieving. Blindness internal. Just like a bell begun to ring. Oh no. This path of yours is just a string. Until one. Until one. Until one. Ah. Okay. Cool. What is that? we're getting... Okay. Interesting. Endless. Look around. There is nothing. Look below. Water? I did notice that our legs are submerged. Something. No. It is an esoteric substance. Phlogiston. Look at myself. You are whole, but shaken. Pure disorientation in this dark place. What did Master do? This is... Your scarf crawls back into itself and does not say more. You must begin. Seek what you are meant to find. I also have no access to my inventory at all. Also, there's no time. It kind of reminds me of that last... This kind of reminds me of the last area of the Seance of Blake Manor, because in that game, time also mattered. Okay, so we're yelling Snell, Tier. Okay, we're trying to look for our friends. Shit. Shit. Oh, dexterity is talking. This was a terrible idea. I'll just look around. I guess I can use the keyboard. Yeah, this sure isn't looking too good. Oh. Maybe you can negotiate with whatever's out there? What are these? Fear. Deep, unnerving. Your stomach churns with primal dread. What are these little blotches? Staring into the beyond. It leaves your mind in darkness, apart from a sliver of light balanced upon the esoteric surface. Calculate, process, find the pattern. You know the beyond defies all logic. It is purest esoteric. You alone can conquer it. Is there supposed to be a pattern to these blotches? This is not a moment to contemplate. This is when you act. Also don't have any access to spells. Oh. Hey. What was that? No, not again. Nope. You are a disappointment. I failed my strength check. My strength is one of my weakest stats. I didn't think to change out my items. I should have probably done that before I went here. Sea of stars. Blinded by the strange lights above, your eyes adjust. You peer onwards. In the darkness, you see a pillar of light. Something beckons you forth. Nope. Okay. Oh, now I get all my stuff. Okay, let's save here. And maybe I should change out my items a bit here. Because I know we're kind of optimized for certain things here. I'm going to keep Meek on here because I think he'll be very useful. Again, there could be traps in the beyond. Let's see here. Awful creatures. What's the best one? I think in terms of weaponry, it's probably... It's either the Staff of Strings or Kattegat. The Wand of Empathy is also pretty good too. I'll do the Staff of Strings. In terms of Helm, I might just do regular Helm. So at least our strength is a little bit higher. And then these things up here. So if we had done the elf quest, I was reading on the walkthrough, there was one item that you could have gotten from the encounter if you fought the elf was the boots of Elvenkind, which which is kind of why I was trying to get that quest done. Apparently it allows you to move faster. And also I think it's the only item that's footwear in the game, from what I can tell. So I don't know, I thought it would look cool. But instead we're just gonna have to go with what we've got here. Ring of Protection is interesting. I feel like I'm gonna wear that. I'm gonna go with that one. And then so wisdom, charisma. Actually, our wisdom's quite low. Actually, maybe I should do Kattegat instead. That seems a bit more balanced. Yeah. Our intelligence is pretty high. Do I have any wisdom? I have the one lockpick, but I'm not sure if that's the best thing to have in my inventory right now. Charisma. Advantage against elves. Actually, I might do this one. Advantage in esoteric events. This whole area is just all esoteric stuff, so maybe I'll try adding this thing. We'll see if that's a good decision or not. Oh, we can also prepare as a nice shrine here. How convenient. Bless, charm person. So detect alignment is our newest spell. I'll get all the second and third levels out of the way. So it could be Shield of Faith. Something tells me, I'm just going off a hunch here. I don't know why this spell is here. But in case I need it, I'm going to cast it. I'm going to forego Shield of Faith because doesn't really do too much for us. Go for that. And yeah. The Cobbler. A cobbler. There's a sadness in his voice. The type born from years of watching your children go astray. Is this Earth? Level 20 cleric. Hello. The old man works at the counter, tiny hammer in one hand, boot in the other. Hello. He gives you a glance and a polite nod. Then he keeps working, still focused on settling the strap from the boot. You're a shoe repairer? The old man lets out a short laugh. Let me ask you something. Do you believe yourself to be naturally funny, or is there effort involved? So you're not a shoe repairer. He nods and chuckles to himself. I'm a shoe repairer, yes. A cobbler. What are you doing here? Work, mainly. Dancing around the subject. He is at peace. Is it fun? Honestly? Yes. I enjoy it quite a bit. As long as there are feet on the ground, there are shoes for tending. That's what my father always said. Maybe you can get some actual info if you play along. Make some small talk. Were you close with your father? The old man looks at you, adjusting his glasses. That is a difficult question, but a good one. So I'm not sure if this guy's Earth or maybe maybe Earth is his father, quote unquote. He grabs a tang to rip some leather off the sole. I think the best thing I can tell you is another saying of my dear old father. We're nothing but the worst parts of our parents, with a splash of random ego. With a smirk, the old man then leans in and says, "You read too many books." What are you working on? A Legionnaire's boot, not the enchanted kind that wouldn't fall apart this easily. It needs a sole replacement, new studs, and hobnails. You know much about boots? Wear them. He looks down at your feet. Earthguard standards. Of course, what else? He points his hammer at you and says, you know those... They wanted to send you out in nailbacks originally. Nailbacks. Could you imagine? Blisters, blisters, blisters. A boot enjoyer for this one. Such a shoe enthusiast. I will admit, I think I'll admit this right now. I'm a bit of a shoe enthusiast too, I guess. Yeah, leather boots are cool. The old man shakes his head and clicks his tongue. Thank Till for soft striders. Interesting. The old man speaks of an old god. Yes, from before the journey west. When our people's homeland in Old Dimenor was destroyed by the Arcanists, we left the old gods behind. Only a Viking would invoke them. Where do you come from? Not from money, nor greatness of any kind. If I had to extract some source, one point of origin for myself, that would be just a small, unfortunate village on the coast. He grabs some fresh nails from a bucket under the workbench. I was born to do this, he says, and hammers one of them into the bottom of the boot. Good fare, decent service. What are you voting on in the election? He keeps working and doesn't answer your question for quite a while. Oh. He's actually going to answer. Then he mutters out, there's no perfect choice, is there? That's close. Yes, the less unfortunate form the backbone of society after all. Bound mountains together, people can move mountains after all. Or bound together, people can move mountains after all. He smiles. Okay, let's cut to the chase. Who are you? Newt, son of Toke. That is my name. A good name. He keeps working on the boot. It's time to inquire. Why are you in the beyond, Newt? Oh, I died. I've been here for years. You're dead? Everything here is not so material. You included if you stay too long. He holds up the boot, looking at its bottom with one eye closed. It's a tunnel, a right-going way heading straight outside. I've been left behind for a bit longer, though. Just a bit longer. You're stuck here? I like to see it as an unpaid vacation. The old man places down his boot and hammer. Gently, as if placing his own child upon the bench. Dragon. Cleric, how does he know my name? He is not evil, nor are his hands clean. I cannot speak with him myself, sadly, so I ask of you, please, handle it with heart and grace. He is here, the one you are looking for. A rumbling terror beyond. He's here? By the stairs, yes. Go to him before it is too late. The old man points to his left. His furrowed brow speaks of decades of heavy responsibility. Ignore this ghost. You've got work to do. What should I do? He gives you the look of a father looking upon his confused and lost son. I don't know. He turns around and taps you on the shoulder. His hand, it is warm. But I know you will. You will. Thank you. Interesting convo. It's like one of those sort of dream sequences where you're like, you kind of find a person who's kind of like welcoming people into the beyond. That's kind of how I'm interpreting the cobbler here. Stairs to the left. Oh, we can walk behind here. Going too far? What is all this? Is that the person? Lord Gorm, hero of Norvik. He kind of looks like me. Yeah, same sort of armor. Same helm. Okay, let's I think this is the Oh, we have to we have to stand all the way there to talk with him. Greetings, brother. Greetings. He bows before you. Oh, he's not dead. So in the quest it was completed, but we assume that he... Oh, okay. My name is Gorm Skaldaman, loyal servant of Earth. I need your help. You see the writhing corruption upon his arm. It causes him to shake. Lord Gorm, touched by the void. He appears sane enough, somehow. So that is how it is. Wasn't a rogue spellcaster. A rogue paladin. You need my help. I do. The paladin performs a perfectly executed fist-on-chest salute. As he does, you notice the long sword sheathed at his hip. Flame Tongue. One of the great swords of Norvik, passed from paladin to paladin. The state has fallen, brother, he says, and lets out a crackling cough. In my grief and anger, I have made some egregious choices. Start from the beginning. Of course. I apologize. Oh, he takes off his helm. The broken man lifts his helm, revealing a rugged face covered in layers of sweat and ash. Gods, he says, pressing his not as ruined hand against his brow. It should have never come to this. Sorrow in his eyes, meeting your gaze. How many years have you served? 5 at the towers. Then you know well the particulars of Earthguard politics. Akasem was struck by a feeble mind spell over 3 years ago. Akasem? That name sounds familiar. What? He is hidden away in his palace manor for all this time. Oh, the Patriarch. Oh. Lord Patriarch? Yes, the city is now a headless chicken run by our cabal of magistrates. On a cursed evening 3 years ago, the leader of Norvik was as good as assassinated. Oh. They decided to keep it a secret. Their reasoning was simple. It was for the security of the city. Without Earth, we have no protocol on the transfer of power. Not revealed to the public, at least. Have you seen Lord Akasem? I have. I was one of the few to be granted an audience about a year ago. Our Lord Patriarch is lost in his own mind. No restorative magic takes. None we are able to muster, at least. Hold on, are you sure that the Lord Patriarch isn't just old? That's what most people think. That reasoning is why no one questioned his absence. However, Akasim was a shrewd man, and a hale one at that. He would eventually be taken by age, of course, but not like this. This was sudden and total and eclipsing his mind. Foul magic at work. Who knows about this? Few. The magistrates, some of the patriarchs, all of them sworn party officials, including me, despite my lower status as a paladin. It's a tightly guarded secret. They are sworn. They cannot speak, even with this evil going on. And why are you a paladin and not a patriarch yourself? I am not well suited to such labors. Too much administrative work. To retain my position as last paladin was deemed honorable by itself. He looks out into the void. And I was never good at tower duties, teaching youngsters and such. One of my comrades once told me about a student who tried to cast a power word spell within his first few weeks in the towers. Well, that's us. His eyes melted out of his skull. Could you imagine being responsible for such a thing? He shakes his head. You got him talking about the past. Good. A sense of normalcy. Should I mention that it was me? Sure, why not? Oh, that was me. I was the student who melted his eyes out. Oh. He lets out a laugh, then winces. Even the simplest movements are painful to him. You're full of surprises, brother. It's good that you have such esoteric knowledge, then. That will be helpful. What does this guy want? It's still not clear to me. Why did they keep it a secret? They said it was considered dangerous for him to falter after serving for so long. Better to hold up a puppet until the election. Or that is what they decided. I was not in that particular smoky room. Who cast the Feeble Mind spell? Enemies of the state. They broke into his manor at night, then they got away. Who could have it been? The most likely, well, actually there could be a couple candidates. Free Striders, possibly, because they have the gold, they have the means, and a lot of their cities are from old they used to be Arcanist cities, so they might have access to that. The other suspect would be the Golden Horde, perhaps. I don't think the Asgulus would. The Asgulus don't have the manor. They don't have access to magic like that, so I don't think it's that. It could also be other Arcanists, because, you know, there's still a few lingering about. The magistrates pointed to cultists. I went looking. I was unable to find any proof of such activities. Why are you telling me this? Why are you here, brother? I believe those two questions have the same answer. What do you mean about the transfer of power not being revealed? It was kept hidden. He left a will. Of course, he left a will. Yes, he did. Earth's legacy, his instructions. The magistrates and the Lord Patriarch were provided with guidelines for the eventual death of Akasim. How did you see these guidelines? I found them in Akasim's chamber when I was allowed to visit him. It was as if the old man was guiding me to them, even in his feebled state. Tell me now. He grabs his corrupted arm to stop the twitching. How did this happen? How did his arm get corrupted? Then he speaks in a regal tone. Upon the death at the behest of his lordship Akasim, a provisional government will be declared. He closes his eyes, reciting the words as if they were scratched on the back of his eyelids. This government shall have 2 years to oversee an electoral process, at the end of which a permanent government chosen by the people shall be enacted. Oh, so Earth literally told them, you hold an election and become democratic. Okay. That's cool of him. This provisional government shall be headed by 2 individuals with shared power and responsibility to provide full suffrage to all citizens of Norvik. 2 individuals. Okay. The first individual shall be elected by all active clerical patriarchs within 7 days. Okay, so not full democracy. So election only amongst the patriarchs. The second individual shall be elected by all active guild union leaders within 7 days. He opens his eyes. Oh, 1 cleric, 1 Asgalist. Asgalists and a cleric. It's interesting that it's only those. So those 2. You got all, but then what about the Free Striders? They don't have any representation in this sort of setup. And Earth only died about like a couple decades ago. So Earth would, and Free Striderism was still. It was. I think it was. If I'm not mistaken, it was a thing. Earth would have known about Free Striderism. So. Maybe he didn't realize that it would come to Norvik. If either of the provisional electoral processes fail, the individual will be chosen via random lottery at the end of those 7 days. Random lottery? Is this a jest? He coughs. The instructions included more details, of course, but... This is what Earth wanted from us, brother. This is what Akasim wanted. He was going to step down, retire, to enact this final will of our glorious God. So that is why they feeble-minded him. They could not let Earth's will pass. They could not let go of power. But then why the election then? I guess the election might be a sham? Yeah, no. That doesn't make any sense. There's an election going on right now. Yes, that is very true. Know this. I read Earth's Legacy, his last will, over a year ago. Akasim was targeted 3 years ago, right as the election began taking shape. Think about it. If a cleric and an Asgalist were to be put in charge of the entire electoral process, who would lose? Who would possibly want to avoid such a scenario? The Free Striders. The Free Striders. And the power behind their Region coffers. It gives you a very tired look. I have worked tirelessly to find the truth in this. I used my privileged access to archives, party meetings, documents spanning all districts, the ability to investigate all magistrates without alerting anyone to my intent. It turns out the answer was not so hidden. What did you find? All magistrates have deals with the Ascani Reeds Trading Company. Oh. In total, approximately 85.5 million crowns in the form of public work investments, guild expansions, targeted tariffs, consultancy fees, the illegal sales of Norvikian property, exclusive land licensing bids, key positions within the district bureaucracies, and sometimes even just gifts. The butchering of our beloved city. This is horrifying. Do you have the receipts? Some. Barely anything. Anything damning is kept under wraps. Everything else looks innocent on the surface. Okay. This answer, they're creating opportunities for foreign investments. That's a good thing. No. Argue against him, agree with him a lot. I'll agree with him. There's nothing, I mean, I haven't seen the evidence, of course, but it does sort of make sense. But again, there's still questions about his arm, his sword. Well, we know about the sword. But why blow up the tea shop? That's the... Yeah. Let's just agree with him for now. Yes, it is, brother. Eyes flick to his arm, his face contorting into a painful wince. I know well why you are here. I am responsible for the explosion. He admits it. Here you go. The elf, she... Gorm lifts his head. Stern, truthful. He places his hand upon the pommel of his sword. So why did they... So the the quest that we were supposed to do, that we were trying to do during the beginning of the stream, the Elven Connection, that warden was an Ilum ambassador of sorts. What was supposed to happen is they would confront us and tell us that the elf was actually someone trying to destabilize the election. So I'm just trying to piece this together. Like, did he killed her? Arguably, yes. Arguably. I should explain. Did he was she just caught in the crossfire? Was he trying to target someone else? The party of Norvik has been entirely corrupted by crowns and foreign interests. He scoffed to himself. Our city sliced up, auctioned off. Why didn't you speak up? Break your oath. People would believe you. They trust you. Brother, my oath is not one to be broken. I swore my life to the party. There are ways to get around it. Not this oath. If I spoke to the press, if I spread rumors, if I so much as mentioned their foul play to a beggar on the side of the road... He laughs. Nearly tears in his eyes. My body would reject the words, as my soul would reject its vessel. My life forfeit to the whims of this fallen city. His head falls, his shoulders heavy. The burden, the weight of this curse. So, I guess because he took that oath, he physically can't tell that? But he's telling me now. But maybe it's because we're in the beyond. Nevertheless, a real man would have been able to break it. Lifting his head, his jaw clenched, one hand gripping over the other. I should have been able to. The fact he is telling you this tells you his soul is already lost to this dominion, to the beyond. Oh. But here you are free to speak. Yes. The oath is not broken. I can still feel it. But here, Earth does not watch me. Here, he does not see what a monster I've become. Oh no. I wish he never does. What did you do? He lifts his mutated arm, the flayed skin pulsating around vein-like tendrils. He sought out the aberration. Oh, Everglad. Oh. We all knew he was there. Everglad was never considered a threat down in his flooded temple, nor were his warlocks. I did not imagine he would so easily give me everything I needed. Oh, so Everglad knew everything already. Probably. Also, I guess in playthroughs, if in playthroughs where the cleric, turned into a warlock for Everglad, and then came here, that'd be an interesting. The conversation would be so different. Like, I wonder if the Lord Gorm would probably say, "Why did you do that too? No, don't do that. You're not supposed to follow my footsteps." What did he give you? Power. Terrible, terrible power. He clenches his mutated fist. A god never dies, brother. They simply fade from our world. That much was clear when I watched him go. That means, with enough power, with the correct esoteric ritual, I can return him to material reality. He's trying to bring back Earth? He takes a decisive step forward. I can bring back our god. A divine resurrection. The nature and rules of walking gods are not strictly defined in any academic circles. Be wary of anything this corrupted paladin tells you. Okay. So that part, I believe him all the stuff about the magistrates, because, you know, that makes sense. But his belief about resurrecting Earth, I think that goes a bit too far. Yeah. You want to resurrect Earth. His face grows dark. I can bring him back. 1,400 pounds of silver, branches from 5 trees grown on the soil of his birth, diamonds carrying a worth of 100,000 crowns, as per last material break. And the paladin bites down on his words. It's all ready. I have it all. An overwhelming value even for a high-tier resurrection. For a god, this could very well be a reasonable material cost. Sounds like a bargain. What was that 4th thing? Yeah, you didn't mention it. Yeah, no, you didn't mention the 4th thing. I'm kind of curious. It's a good perception by dexterity there. Like, what? What makes you so certain it would even work? A vision, brother. I know this is far-fetched, but here in this beyond, there are no limits to spellcasting. The rules are different, wilder. There is an esoteric freedom. I have seen into the depths of this place. In all this time I've spent here, I know I ask much of you, brother. I ask for your faith. Faith in this spell and in me. I swear Earth is here, somewhere, close. I can feel him watching me, giving me these visions. But you just said Earth doesn't see you. You realize what you sound like, right? Yes, I'm aware. I both look and sound like a raving cultist. He flexes his mutated hand with another wince. I've given my body and soul, why not my dignity as well? What's this spell called? I do not care to name it. It does not deserve one. Why this reservation? A spell needs a name. But this is what he wants. Why not revel in it? Something is off. What is he not telling you? Yeah, something is off here, yeah. What level is this spell? I do not know. 10th? 11th? Where did he get this spell? Return of a divine spark? Yes. That should certainly be above 9th. However, the fact that he does not know such a basic component tells you everything. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. When are you casting it? I have been casting it for days, brother. It is near completion. How did you learn to cast it? Everglad's esoteric connection with the beyond allowed me to make contact with a number of otherworld beings. They helped me mold a custom epic tier spell for the sole purpose of resurrecting one specific god. While my appearance has been tainted by the far realm influence, this spell is no foul magic, nor is it in any way influenced by Everglad. This is divine magic at its most powerful. I'm not sure I believe that. Those otherworld beings would probably add some extra things onto that spell or make it a little bit different. How'd you get all the spell components? The branches I secured myself by visiting the Cursed Lands. Diamonds and silver, secured via Ilum. The elves paid for your spell? They did. Why would the elves want Earth back? What did they wish in return? The same thing they always wish for. Our eradication. He coughs and winces. The Ilum wishes to stop Freestriders from getting a hold in Asken. They believe the Earth folk to be weak without them. Easy prey. They are wrong. I played into their assumptions. To them, I was a rogue paladin wanting revenge on my people. One who needed funding to establish a network of dissidents. After a few favors, they gladly provided me with the silver, the diamonds, along with an agent to plant the necklace of fireballs. Oh, that's where the necklace came from. Okay. Yeah, because we tried asking the Freestriders about the necklace, and they were like, we don't know where it came from. So, okay, that makes more sense. You brought the necklace of fireballs into the city? Yes. I signed the paper to get it through customs without inspection, and it landed in the hands of an elf, Pinja Athena, the elf in the tea shop. Yes. Did she work with him? He looks off into the void. The elf did exactly as her masters ordered. I see. Okay. So, whatever that warden, he was trying to get rid of the evidence. I see. They're cleaning up after their agent. I understand now. She took the necklace from the shipment on Waterlane. Then she made sure the box was stored in the space underneath the temple. Okay. In Drummer's secret tunnel. The tea shop owner, yes. I visited a few times to make certain it was a good spot. Pinja Athena made sure the crate with the hidden necklace was stored inside. He was supposed to stay there until the election. At which point... What did you do, Gore? Paladin twitches as his hand appears to tense up. I'm just going to let him say what he wants to say. Everglad whispered in my ear that morning. He told me the elf had set up a meeting with a Freestrider agent. I intervened. Oh. I entered that tea shop from Pillar Crossing. Past the tunnel. I found her sitting in one of the booths. She had the necklace of fireballs in her grasp. The elf was planning on selling it. To make an escape for herself. I don't blame her, but I could not let her take it. The thought, the possibility did not cross my mind. I cast Charm Person on her, though I'd forgotten how the elves ignore such effects. Oops. All paladins are the same. Yeah, they're dumbasses. They never think before they act. She reacted violently, threatened to blow us both up. Again, I do not blame her for this. Before I figured out what to say, I saw it in her eyes. His gaze, no longer focused on the void behind you, now pierces your eyes behind the helm. She had already made up her mind. I cast Misty Step, reaching the edge of the room before it hit the ground. She was incinerated instantly. Me, I made it out with seared flesh. He closes his eyes. She did not suffer, for what little it's worth. Blue flames, a heat and blast so wild so wild consciousness is drained from the shock itself. She did not feel the fire, but she felt everything before. But why? Why did you need the necklace so much? What were you planning? Blow up the election? The paladin looks at you with dead eyes. Your gut sinks. It conjoins and twirls among the eternal waters, words spoken by the gruff man near breaking your resolve. There is a fourth component to the spell. One final sacrifice. Of course. The cost of a god's spark. What is the final component, Lord Gorm? He does not meet your gaze as he says, the true souls of 27 of his believers. So he was going to kill probably the magistrates and everyone else. What? One soul for each year since his fading, forcibly taken into the beyond. Oh dear gods. That will be channeled here. So I'm very burpy today. To this exact corridor upon death, at which point the spell will be cast and Earth will return to the rest of his people. He closes his eyes and mutters a few words to himself. What? Thus I am forsaken. A worthy sacrifice for such a mighty spell. I have mixed feelings. Well, obviously they're not... What kind of people, though? Is it just 27 random people? I don't think it's worth killing them. That seems... just for a gun and stuff. Oh! Sorry, I missed your message, Skullman. I just finished my first playthrough as a hippie druid socialist. I want to do a strength fascist playthrough, but I don't think I could bring myself to be racist to my dog Snell. Yeah, you could. It is very... You don't have to take Snell everywhere, technically. You could just bring him... There's actually lots of parts of the game where you could just do the quest yourself, so... You could get around it by doing that. What should I choose here? And that will resurrect Earth? I believe it will. I need your help, brother. Without the necklace of fireballs, it will be a grim task to collect these souls. He holds out a clenched fist, mutated flesh in a grotesque ball. Will you assist me in resurrecting our god? Asking me to help him kill 27... It said followers, right? Of his believers. So it can't be just random 27 innocent, like Asglists or Free Striders or anything. It has to be his believers. This is not something you have ever considered. The death of innocence, in exchange for the return of your savior. Darkness in his eyes. Death pooled at his feet. The paladin is doomed. Intelligence is very smart, but he, in terms of ethics, he is, or morals, he does not have does not have many. As interesting as seeing an epic tier spell in action would be, oh, well, okay, no, he's actually telling, do not do this. Do not follow this madman. You have cast so many spells from a position of naive intrigue, where the forces break your very flesh apart with nothing to show for it. A spell of this value and power, how do you imagine it would end? Yeah, the outcome is not guaranteed here. This is all conjecture. Exactly as its caster intended? Do not follow this fool into his demise. You're watching a tragedy unfold beneath these stars. Stars? Okay. Stars, the occurrence of distant celestial bodies appearing upon the sky. If anticipating witnesses are to be believed, many old worlds had skies filled with thousands of these gleaming lights. This poor man has been driven to the brink of the abyss. He is staring into it. A chronic lack of agency, a zealot on the edge of desperation. These whispers he hears, they cannot be his voice. They are anything but. Please, speak to this man. Make him remember the path taught by Earth, your good God. Take your time. I have to do a charisma check, I think, or something. I think the checks are about to start happening here. I also am a little worried that combat might be happening too. But also, I don't want to cast Barkskin too early because it might run out. I'll just hold on to that for now. I also can't save in the middle of dialogue, which is incredibly annoying. You have prayed to Earth all your life. Your esoteric might, the one thing in life you've ever been good at, is all due to his channeled power. When you feel that might, when Earth speaks to you through this magic, what does he say? Sacrifice. He asks you to sacrifice everything, to give until you have nothing left to give. Until your bones hit the pavement, until you have given everything to safeguard every person in your city, no matter their innocence or sin, to protect your people from those who wish to harm them. Who do you feel is in need of protection here? What the fuck is all this? Holy shit. Okay. So there's a lot of little questions beginning. Oh, interesting. I have a scroll of wish. That could be used to treat Lord Akasim. That's an interesting proposition. And then, so wisdom check is stupendously easy. These other ones are not so good. And then these last ones, Lord Gorm, as a paladin of Earth, your vows include a sworn oath to never hurt our people. You have broken that promise. Is this technically correct, though, because... who, other than the elf, has he killed anyone else? Is it just the elf? Because the elf is technically not part of the city. They're not... The elf, it sounds like the elf only covers other earth folk. I don't know about this one. And then also join him, which is an interesting one. Also, charm person is active here. A possible option. I'm gonna go through all these. I'm gonna propose the wish scroll as well and see if that gives us anything. You're not the only one who wants him back. Indeed, brother. Norvik will rejoice at his return. What gives you the right to make such a sacrifice on their behalf? No right, no law, no institution of sanctified right. This is my accursed choice, my evil imposed on the world. What happens after the spell goes off? Earth will return from the pillar. My corpse will lay before him, covered in the blood of innocents, put down by some heroic Earthguard member. People will just accept that massacre? All the people will see is their god returned at a most frightening time, saving them from a mad and corrupted paladin. Earth will heal those hurt. The one who slays me will be heralded as a true hero of the city. And I will be the monster. Let's see, so he doesn't care about the glory or anything. He wants to bring back Earth at all costs here. No one will ever know the truth of this ritual. Would people actually believe that? I cannot guarantee anything. No one can. He has thought through all the minutiae quite well. It is almost a shame his masterstroke is inherently flawed. People tend to reduce things to a good guy and a bad guy, and he has planned to give them both. Reestriders would not be happy about a resurrected god in Norvik. The Earth folk would rally around him in an instant. Just hold on. There's still time to think this through. No, brother. You might not realize it, but this place does not conform to the time frame of our existence. To me, since the explosion, it has only been a few hours at best. Oh. Okay, time moves at a different pace here. We do not have time. It must be done now. Interesting. Yes, time dilation based on spatial placement on the coast is something many scholars focus on. You imagine its effects could be radically stronger here, in this esoteric realm. You are losing time. What's wrong with your arm? Paladin clenches his claw-like tendril. His flesh is constantly burning. I reached into the sap of the boundary tree. It gave me a permanent hold onto the strings beyond. An awesome power to wield, a terrible price to pay. Everglide merely opened the path for it. But this was the only way for me to truly gain the power fit to rival Jor. Even at the cost of my flesh and soul. Horrendous. Fascinating. Very different reactions here. To think this simple paladin managed to soar so high. Sounds like more he's getting so close to the... He's Icarus flying too close to the sun. He's about to fall to his death. His descent will be a great case study. The elf didn't have to die then. Wait, no, she was another mistake. He shakes his head in regret. Oh, there's a weird bug there when he put his helm back on. I could have let her escape. I could have succeeded in taking the necklace from her. I could have also simply avoided the elves, gotten my components elsewhere. If I had learned more, if I had lived better, if I had been more virtuous, alas. Okay, so it does sound like he regrets his mistakes. The cobbler did tell us to handle this with grace, so okay. What do you think about the Ilum? The Mender was a powerful queen, good in her ways, not too unlike Earth, from what I heard from him. But he's talking about the elf, the god of the elves. I believe there are lessons to be learned in the rise of her cult post-fading. That is what Earth believed. You want me to kill 27 random people? No. Earth folk only. The spell does not consider their personal belief as much as their folk type. Oh. Any human living in Norvik will do. Oh, you should have made that be more specific then, because I thought it was just believers of Earth. But it's not that. It's Earth folk. So any human, regardless of whether they believe in Earth or not. That sucks. I don't want to do that. No. Yuck. Please do your best not to hurt anyone else. The goblin population of Tolstad especially will have to be avoided. Let us not shed their blood in vain. Earth would be disgusted if... I don't think Earth wants his people to die either. Of course not. Earth taught me everything I know, brother. He was a father to me. But if he were to see what I have planned, he would kill me on the spot. If I joined you, what would you think of my choice? If you joined me, your life would also be forfeit, brother. Even still, I pray you see exactly why it must be done. I could never. Never. It's obscene. Okay, the DC went down by 1, so all these checks. Could he? I don't think he'd be able to use a wish spell to resurrect Earth, right? Also, I can't save, so If this is a mistake, then... Well, I guess we're going to go with it. I have a scroll of wish that could be used to treat Lord Akasim. You... Gorm squints at you and the piece of ancient paper you're waving around. You have a scroll of wish? I'm not sure if I want to give it to him yet. Just hold it up in silence. He looks at it, then looks away. The Lord Patriarch has been gone too far long, brother, and wish is quite possibly a madder idea than my own. However, you can see him working it over in his dark mind. Logic is beyond this oaf. Well, I'm sorry to say, even with that, I am far too gone in this, and even wish cannot bring back a god. It is only a ninth level spell. Oh. He refutes it, yet you have pierced his shell. Remind him of his oath. Okay, so that didn't really help in anything. Let's go with the wisdom path. So, let's go with this. That was not a good roll, but... He is alone. Tired, weary from decades of fighting for his fated master. He has watched for 27 years how everything they built has fallen apart. The paladin wants to save his people by casting himself as the villain, by destroying innocent lives despite the pain it causes him. Is this what it means to be truly good? You go everything against natural and decent. Everything natural and decent to help untold future generations. Do I understand him? I see how he got to this place. But the execution has not... His intent is good. The execution could have gone a lot better. I'd say all the things from like dealing with the elves and getting that arm from Everglad. Like, I don't know. I accept his view as valid. Something like that, yes. That would help. Despite all the horrors involved. Oh, okay, so this is not... I see. Okay, so this is a series of checks. So, by doing that, that helped the... Okay, let's do the charisma check next. Failure. Oh, shoot. You glare at the rugged face of the world-worn paladin. Nothing. No arguments, no plea. Redo! You have no clue what to say to this broken shell of a man. With my 26 shards. There we go. Why am I still getting an advantage? I need to check that. Because we did a long rest already. Right. It's time. The final time. Time to show him who's the best. The best at winning in dialectical debate. There is another way, Lord Gorm. Great tell, brother. Okay, he's giving you a shot here. Don't fuck it up. I have spent countless nights arguing with myself, thinking over every possibility, every action. If you have a solution, I would love to hear it. What do we got here? To help you spread it, we can still enact Earth's will. Fight back, create a resistance movement. What if we... I guess we could just go through all of these. Now that I know the truth about the magistrate's coup, I could help you spread it. We can still enact Earth's will. Yes, that could have been a solution. And I hate myself for not thinking of it sooner when it was plausible. But now my reputation is in ruin. The election is now. And power will change hands. Yet even if we had time, fighting the Free Striders on their terms is foolhardy at best. No, it is as much of a suicide as a spell is, with no result. We can fight back, create a resistance movement. I've already done that. What? I used the considerable funds from the Ilum to fund various resistance movements around Norvik. True nationalists who stand by Earth against these corrupt officials. Oh. They'll be crushed in time. I considered a coup, but that would have been a disaster. We never had the might or the access, and given their proclivities toward deception, they're prepared and paranoid. Is that the gang that Rollo was doing? Was that funded? I don't think I ran, unless outside of that, I don't think I ran to any actual true nationalists. Sorry, my voice is going. I'm gonna try to keep chugging water here. Again, this is a lot. What if we find a cure for the Lord Patriarch? A cure to feeble mind. If you did that, you could be our new God King. True enough. Sadly, it will not happen. Not while this ebb is in place. What about if we ask people nicely to sacrifice themselves? The lives have to be taken unwillingly. It is murder the spell wants. Magic, as I'm sure you're aware, is all about intent. Otherwise, it would be easy. What about your own life, then? His face contorts into a foul scowl. It rhymes. I do not wish to die, brother. My life will be taken in force as well. Okay. None of this is working, clearly. Oh. Oh, what a... Oh, thanks for your help, Charisma. Okay. What do you mean, wealth? Well, as in, what can you do? There is always one thing you can do. Oh, what's that? The paladin watches you, silence sweeping over the eternal pools around you. Tell him. Nah, won't work. You're not alone, Lord Gorm. Yeah. You're not alone. You're not alone, Lord Gorm. His eyes widen slightly. His heart clenches. His attention is yours. There are thousands of us devoted to Earth, believers that would do anything for him. Paladin nods along with your words. But Earth is not a man. He is an ideal, a dream to strive towards. He freezes. I'm not so sure I agree. Perhaps not to you, but if we lose you, Lord Gorm, then we lose the last man at the top who fights for us. I am not what you think I am, brother. I do not have the power to sway the forces of the world. He lowers his head in defeat. He must push. He acts like he is already defeated, already in the ground. He must fight. Careful now, don't lose your head. Okay, so I'm a little scared about the underlying choice, the first choice there. Stop acting like you've already lost. I'm not going to push him too much here. I'm just going to urge him. Again, I'm taking the words that the cobbler said at the beginning. Handle this with grace. So I'm not going to push him here. Earth is a dead god, but not forgotten. Please, do not join him. Not yet. I understand you, brother. But no, I see the way forward. This is the one I choose. See? Some other way, then. You must appeal to the divine. Either that or break him. Physically. Don't word it like that. Okay, so because we... Now the DC for the strength check is now way lower. I still have the advantage from sleeping 8 hours, even though we had the long rest. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So, -5, 1, 2... How low is this? Oh! Look at this. There's... that... Oh my goodness. That tree, because we did speak with plants earlier this stream, there it is. -5 DC, the tree's told of claw and fire. It's, yeah, claw. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so it did. I'm so glad we did that, but I mean, I got all these other things that make this super easy. So let's see, what was the original DC on this? 5, 10, 13, 17, 20, 21. So 26 plus 21, 6 plus 21. A DC 27 check originally. Now it's down to 6. Let's do this. Convince him to stand by his oath to Earth with religious fervor. The paladin is not broken. He knows exactly what his god is. There is a horrid truth, one deeply ingrained into the body and skin and the muscle tissue of this broken man before you. This is a man who is throwing away everything, including the love of his god, for the purpose of reaching a better world. You can see it in his eyes. It is written in his flesh. The grandest thing a good man can truly sacrifice would be everything that makes him good. Gorham believes that somehow he knows in his vision-filled skull this string will lead him to a worthy end. But he does not know anything. He has faith that Earth will set his wrongs right. Exactly. Lord Gorham, brother. What this paladin does not understand, however, is the most awful truth of all. I hope I have made it clear. Our God never wanted us to pick up after him. But his sacrifices, with him gone, someone else has to keep giving. I am not only willing, I am ready to speak. You fool! The paladin glares at you with wide eyes and open mouth. Flabbergasted. The music's changed. So I think this is a pretty critical moment here. You dare to place your burden upon his shoulders. Anger flashes upon his rugged and quite hairy face. You are no monster. You're a child. A child running to his tired father when the going gets tough. A father who gave him everything. Gorham knows this. The intense rage now building in his chest is proof enough. He grips his twitching arm. Anger comes only from a sense of injustice. When faced with unwarranted truth, a man's ego will bring him to fury. Or hitting him straight in the ego. Okay. Yep. It is only in facing that ego, in breaking it, that your Lord Gorham will be redeemed. Yes, our city is falling. A corrupt cabal of magistrates bringing everything to ruin. I see that. You have dealt with it alone for decades, shackled to your duty. They threw away his legacy. Words spoken through tremendous temper, teeth clamped down and voice low. The insidious force of reeds. They cannot be stopped. They cannot be... I never saw him. You did. So tell me, did Earth ever tell you to always rely on him? The paladin lifts his chin and glares at you. Oh, I'm yelling at this point, okay. Did he ever ask for your faith, your utmost faith in his ability to set things right in the end? He opens his mouth to speak, yet nothing comes out. Oh, now we're pushing him. Did he? No. The word snakes out of him, his face growing paler by its presence. I'm only interpreting what I've read, but I always assumed he asked us to be men. Real men who would make it through every horrible challenge, every lonely night, every excruciating humiliation. He is... The paladin cannot form the words. He is left standing on the brink in silence. I don't believe Earth taught us to kill ourselves so he could put the world right. I don't believe that for a second. He shuts his mouth. He does not look at you. What did he teach us, Lord Gorham? Sacrifice. He taught us to give everything to set the world right as we could. Is that not what I am doing, brother? Cleric is having his moment here. You are sacrificing your goodness. For what? For an even heavier burden to be placed upon him. Even if everything in your spell goes off, with every esoteric mishap ignored and his divine spark returned to the coast, Earth would be saddled with everything you leave behind. That is not... He would... Alone, Lord Gorm. He would be alone against this terrible fate. The paladin stares at the reflected stars beneath his cape. Alone. I have a choice here. Destroy... Even a god cannot destroy the horrors of capital. Is he talking about, like, the Free Striders at capital? I don't know what that means. It is not sacrifice, that is vengeance. Vengeance. Well, for example, I feel very angry at my dad all the time for going outside to face that troll, or leaving me and Mum alone. His eyes fasten upon yours. If I met him here, I would want to place every problem in my life at his feet. Yell at him to fix it. Because why couldn't he? He's my father. He should be able to. Look around, tears in your eyes. But I can't. And he can't either. Just as the son need not dig the trench of the father, the son also needs to step the fuck up sometimes. Lord Gorm takes a crackling breath. His mind is racing. His pain is growing. But he listens. Wait for him to find the words. I am bound by duty above all. He covers his face with trembling hands. The last flash you see is of tears upon his dirty cheeks. He put his helm back on. I've never known a life beyond this helm. My lord often spoke of probability. He saw them through his divine visions, yet he could never tell me of my chances in this life. He could never tell with me, but he often asked me about my thoughts on risks, on how much I was willing to gamble, to sacrifice, in order to protect those who needed it most. He always told me I was reckless, because I would always go for anything over a 50-50. What do you think the odds are on your spell working out? I was hoping for a 50-50, but only Earth would know for sure. Lord Gorm places a hand upon the pommel of his sword. Most things in life are 50-50. It is our duty to lower the risks. His voice crackles behind the iron. Those are his words, written and spoken again and again. His mutated, twitching hand on the grip of that legendary blade. I have failed as a man and as a son. Again, I want to handle this with grace, so... No, Gorm, I think you are a good man. Earth is proud of you, despite it all. You watch him clench the grip even tighter, despite it all. Tell me, brother, what is your name? We're gonna fight him now. All right. I'll tell him my real name, Ragan. Ragan. He is content. I place everything in your hands, Ragan. Gonna kill himself? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Dang it. You do not know if any of this is truly the right path, but it is now done. Lord Gorham has chosen his fray. Earth be blessed. You watch as his spirit is drawn towards the stairs. The last paladin of Earth. May the strings forget his failures. All of them. Though he will not be so easily forgiven. Oh, cleric. Ah. Your companion is winded, his face glancing from side to side in the darkness. This place is fucking awful. Feels like I've been running around for hours. You okay? The sling is in his hand, ready for a fight. What did I miss? I took care of the bad guy. You what? Does that mean... He gestures forward. Lord Gorham is... Something in the distance. Uh-oh. I don't think we're done here. Something radiant and glorious. Oh, that's a tear. Okay, good. Okay. You notice your celestial companions descend from the darkness, her light finding it difficult to pierce the veil. Cleric? Snell? Apologies for the delay. This plane is vast and full of beasts. Full of what? Beasts? They have been vanquished. I see you too have been successful. Yes, I was just about to say, Lord Gorham is dead. So it seems. Lord Gorham, the missing paladin. That makes a lot of sense. So he blew up the tea shop. I'll explain it. The elf blew it up. Lord Gorham was partly responsible for the necklace of fireballs, though. His eyes light up. Ah, right. So it was a conflict. The attack was from within? Gorham was part of a plot to blow up the necklace during the election, as was Pinja. Right. But Gorham was only faking it. What? Gorham was pretending to hate the city so the Ilum elves would fund his dark ritual which would bring back Earth from the dead. But he also needed to kill 27 Earthfolk to finish the spell, which is why he needed the necklace of fireballs. But since Pinja blew it up, he was now planning on going out there and killing people by himself. Ah, I see. What? That's the kind of reaction I was expecting, like, blah, 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 blah. Huh? A ritual to bring back Earth. The angel repeats your words as if she is grasping their meaning. He invited me to join him. We talked, and the angel glares at you with many eyes. The goblin stares at you with two. He invited you? Invited you? I managed to convince him to stand down. Oh. He put his flame tongue through his chest and faded. It's over. A tragic end. A tragic path. I'm unsure what to do with this information. Damn. Perhaps we shall discuss once we have returned. Yeah, great idea, Tyr. Now, how do we get back? There's a man on the... Oh, there's a cobbler. I think... Yeah, this guy... There's a man on the steps. Who's the old guy? The angel's halo stops spinning. Cleric. This man. Oh. Breathe. It is finished. You have chosen well. The old man puts his hands behind his back. Before you go, I would wish to have a few words with you, but no hurry. Time is still now. You do not lose anything by taking a short rest, I assure you. He smiles. You know who that is. This will be an interesting conversation. You are not yet done. Oh no, as we're still going. Breathe. First, breathe. Well, when we get an we're not done? I guess that okay. Cool. Good time to save. I'm still waiting. I don't want to fight this old man, but I don't think that's not going to be a thing. Oh, we can choose a... Oh, no, we already did that one. All right. Let's go. Already behold this guy. Whoops. The timid man greets you with a lowered head. Hello. Hey. He meets your gaze. I think this is... Yeah, the fact that he's wearing red, he seems like... This guy seems like Earth. I don't know what the shoe that he's making, what that exactly means, though. What kind of metaphor that is. This road has been terrible. All due to my negligence. Eyes filled with regret and confidence both. Oh, why is he talking like he's the one who... Who are you really, Newt? You know this guy? He wipes some dust off his apron. I ran into him before. He's a cobbler. Right, a cobbler. I'm sure there's lots of shoe emergencies out here. He shakes his head. I'm afraid there is no good way to put this, but I shall make it clear for you. I swear on it. Well, you better explain it quickly. I'm just wondering... Again, we had the choice before we entered the pillar to go by ourselves or with our allies. I'm just wondering, was it a good idea to do so or not? We'll see. Not sure any of us should stay in this spooky hellscape any longer than we have to. You are very correct, Snell, he says with a smile. This place is bad for a man. Brings him to face both his heart and even fouler things. Then he looks over to Atir. You seem to handle it just as well as expected. She looks at him in silence. I think Atir knows, yeah. The goblin looks back and forth between them both. Okay, I'm getting freaked out now. I am Newt, son of Tok. That is all I am here now. I was born in Yevik, amidst the early days of the First Coast War. Its chaos brought death upon my kinsmen. Due to fate or some other cause, I was granted audience with a higher power. An audience which left me with a channel of strings. A communion with an outer god. The term used to describe the actual gods, those who invaded the coast during the Gate War. They hold no dominion on Jor's realm since the gates closed, but the most common consensus among scholars is all walking gods are simply avatars of these real outer ones. Oh, okay. All I knew at the time was the inescapable risk of staying in those lands. Pushed to action by my brother Toll, together we rallied as many longships as we could. Our savior. We saved 50,404 people, approximately a quarter of the villages. As we left in search of a new land, those people began to look to me and my newfound divine strength for more than guidance. They gave me a name from the old world sagas, one steeped in bygone mythology. You're my lord. They called me Earth. Hammer of Fate. Because that can't, the goblin mutters. Ow. I would like to ask, why are you here? He lowers his head once more. My existence is fleeting, stuck between material and beyond. The old man's weary expression tells you, rise. I am not one to bow for. Are you truly him? Yes. You see, I died like any old man should, just a few decades later than usual. But here I linger on, guarding this gate. For whom? What purpose? Who knows? The old man laughs. It's a bit silly, really. Toll would have loved to see it. Where is Toll, anyway? This is insane. I don't disagree. That was my initial reaction to the first few years in this place. I assure you, I too have many questions. You catch a glimpse of Snell, then opening his mouth again to speak, only to shut it. So it's very interesting. So Lord Gorm, I don't think he ever knew that he never knew the Kyle was Earth. He just came to this place and was like, you probably saw this guy and like, you know, just some old dude here. Your goblin companion clearly wants to ask something as well. He's waiting his turn. It does. Given what we know about the genocide of the goblin people because of Earth, yeah, he's gonna have some very, very hard-hitting questions, I think. Yeah. Ask what you wish. I know you have questions. This man has not spoken with another for a very long time. He'll be glad to talk. Say what you wish. This is your one chance. One opportunity to ask this legendary figure anything you want. Make use of it. Well, since there's no rush. Let's take a drink before I gotta take a drink before I go into this. Okay. There we go. Toll, your brother? Yes, the old fool. Earth speaks with a sad smile. Haven't seen him pass through here. He must have died years ago, amidst his epic final adventure. Oh, he died before. Yeah, okay. But who knows? Time moves differently inland. Maybe he still walks the endless waste as we speak. Looking for Jor's key. This is not a term you are familiar with. Make him elaborate. Jor's what? Toll. Right, like Tollstad. Toll Square. I heard he was a real adventurer. He was, Snow. He was. Your god looks out into the void. Toll always wanted to travel, to understand Jor, to sail and wander. He received his circumnavigation blessing not long after we founded Norvik. Yet he could never reach Jor's point. After a lifetime of adventure, he still wanted to know. That is why he set off. Toll's leaving. The national holiday. Oh, we also learned about this when we looked at the calendar. My brother figured the secret to Jor would be unlocked in the wastes. Once he crossed Really Cold Valley, that's the name of the place. That's a really interesting name of the place, which I later renamed Toll's Pass, my sendings stopped reaching him. The last thing he told me in that final message was, "Fear not, brother. I always find my way home." Hence I hold out hope. Oh, so the fate of Toll is unknown. Even Earth doesn't know. So he could be dead, or maybe maybe he's on some other world or something. Can you see Norvik from here? Somewhat, yes. I have the ability to cast minor magic here, including a soft scrying. Soft scrying? He speaks like an arcanist. That essentially means he can peek on people in locations, but not for long, nor far from Norvik, presumably. Feels a bit tragic, of course, to be unable to interfere, yet able to watch, as you can imagine. Lean over to Snell and whisper, "He's been watching us." He leans back. "I'm sure you're the main spectacle." Your god squats down, placing his palm towards the tower of light before him. The closer to the pillar, the more I can see. Like your adventure into the city below, or your encounter with Gorgolash. You knew that troll? I did. I fought him, you know, all those years ago. Every time he would flee, regroup, try something new. A smart one, that Gorgolash. A tough leader. He seemed to really hate you. I don't blame him. Your God looks away for a few seconds as if using the void to take in your words. I destroyed his tribe, Ragan. His kingdom, his people. Took it from him, without any kind of fair fight. I struck for my own need, and I was well rewarded. Perhaps it is a pity I did not follow through, instead leaving him to the life of an undercoast vagabond. Part of me feels I knew him well. We dueled many times. Another part of me wonders if I should have taken the risk of diplomacy. At a certain point, it wasn't that far off from a 50-50. Again, that's mentioned again. Would you have taken that? Attempted peace with trolls? Or would you have followed through, pity to be damned? The odds are good enough, sure. Trolls are foul, unstable creatures. The answer is no. Diplomacy requires trust. How could I trust a troll? My brother and I thought the same. A deep sigh leaves him. I do not believe in a clear answer. Not anymore. But I chose my path. He glances at Snell, who still looks stunned at watching you interact with your actual god. Right. Goblin genocide and so on. I have so many questions. You see Snell shift his shirt around. I have a few questions of my own. You go first. We have time. Your god aims a pair of finger guns at you. Oh, I just imagine a god just going, yeah, shoot your questions. Ask him. Ask him about every possible conflicted force in the known universe. About nationalism, fascism. Is nationalism fascism? No. I do not believe it is. A clear answer. Why? Fascism and nationalism are overlapping ideologies. One is the fairly new idea of a united nation state, whether by culture or folk type, or anything else. The other is... fascism is... really bad. That seems a bit more realistic. I was often called a fascist, as are you. At times, for good reason. But when I read those books from Reeds, I never particularly identified with it. They seemed to hate liberal ideas, while I was always quite fond of egalitarian pursuits. In my dictatorship, I took many cues from Asgul himself. Elsgar's Rubrin was my brother. He taught me wisdoms beyond my years. And then there's the fetishization of violence. It makes me think of a angry young man left powerless, someone neglected by his village. Obviously, he would lash out. Fascism seemed to me as nothing but a response to that powerlessness, especially one grown in the wake of the First Coast War. Yeah, this is true. For fascism to grow, you need definitely certain conditions, and neglect. If the populace feels neglected, like young men, essentially, they don't have jobs, they don't have opportunities, they're not being cared for. Yep, that makes sense. If anything, it taught me not to take it lightly. To make sure each new generation of men in Norvik were given exactly what they needed. Discipline, challenge, and a god who does not conflate strength with violence. A real role model. That's a lot of words to say you don't want to be called a fascist. He looks up at you abruptly. That hit certainly landed. Yes, well... His head tilts back down. Huh. Interesting. How is strength not violence? True strength is, in my mind, your capacity for enacting violence measured against your ability to never have to. In a sense, this applies less to violence and more to any form of competency. A real man makes the best of himself, no matter what that looks like. He does it for himself and for the benefit of his tribe. Does that make sense? Your god just asked you a question. Let's counter with it. It could make perfect sense, but I'll counter with this question here. What if a man makes himself into a competent weapon? What if he performs evil as that weapon? You asked for strength, not goodness. True strength is a tool. Real men come in all alignments. Take you, for example. You wield magic beyond compare. How long does it take the average wizard to memorize a new spell? Just copying it into his spellbook? A wry smile on his face. Kiss ass. It's working. You're blushing. I'm nothing special. There. He points at your face and laughs. Doubt and confidence. You have it both. Your god is pointing at you and laughing. Are you dreaming? The old man crosses his arms and nods your way. It takes hours to memorize a spell, Ragan. And you do it in seconds. I didn't actually realize the spells we got. I guess, yeah, he is a special guy. That's no trick, nor is it only talent. Perhaps you have a knack for the esoteric. I won't argue against that. But think about those sleepless nights, those years you prayed and studied and read. He smiles. This, what you are now. This is your calling. This is exactly where your people need you. But he glances over to a tear. My father, a man of many idioms, once told me, you don't have to be anything but the best of you. The rest, the village takes care of that. I must have gotten that from a book. What does the red eye mean? You mean that symbol we used? That was adopted from existing symbolism. Yes, that makes sense. I see. You would be one to figure that out. I never meant to build a religion, you see. But when we'd conquered a city full of ruins with that red eye all over the place, I think it was Ag who came up with the idea, call it Earth's red eye. Turns out it was an albino lion warlord who held the ruins sometime before the trolls took over. A one-eyed albino. One red eye? Oh. So the symbol is based on whatever former culture was living in Norvik at the time. Okay. Which is typical. The old man points at his own very much dark eyes and laughs. Worked out fine enough. Allowed us to spend more time on public works rather than shrines. Are you really a god? He shrugs. Jeez, what a response. I had the same power as all those big shots in the Divine Era. Make a god of me or not, it is a banner I've carried for the sake of unity. If that banner ever grows useless, burn it. Let something new rise from the ashes. Humility is a sign of a real man, divinity or no. Not a god, just a very powerful man, clearly. I pray to you. Yes, you do. I cannot always hear it clearly. It's a lot. But I hear yours, that I promise. Your heart feels warm. How do you grant us clerics magic from here? As you've been taught, I channel the divine through strings. Subconsciously, though. Or maybe more like instinct. I'm an old hand at this by now. Might be a reason why I won't be allowed to move on. That I'm still needed to keep the channeling going. Ah. So he's kind of... That might be a reason why he's stuck here. Which makes me think of all the other dead gods out there, still connecting those thousands upon thousands of clerics into their sources beyond. I'm sorry. No, don't be. I'm happy to fulfill my duty here. Keeps me sane. I guess he's only here because people still pray to him and worship him. I assume that once, like he mentions those other gods, once there's nobody to worship that god, maybe then the god can then move on from the beyond. Interesting. But I wonder if the mender feels the same, or if Lady Fair holds down the fort in some other tunnel. Okay, let's go. Oh, there it is. The implications here are quite intense. Dead gods just end up in some void, being used as keys to magic? Incredibly. He talks about it as if it would be no big deal. I wish I knew more. Once I am forgotten, maybe I will get to see through this gate. To go wherever souls go once they pass. Deceased people who are resurrected do not remember anything in death. Maybe there's nothing beyond. One day you might gain that knowledge. For now, focus on the material. That will set you free. I think I need to ask something even more important. Yes, I know you do. I'm going to let Snell go first. I'm really curious about his questions. Of course, it's a god. But there's no rush. You should ask about Gorm first. And I'm thinking of how to formulate this question I've got. Oh, he needs time. You want to ask something, Yatir? No, but I have something to say. I understand. She grips the pommel of her sword. Speak your minds firstly. I will bide my time, as I have for many years. Oh boy. Tension. She is angry. Okay. Oh, she's angry at her god. Uh-oh. I need to ask you about Lord Gorm. He takes a few steps forward. An imposing figure. Earth. He's just an old man. And despite that, you see, he's also strong as hells. Gorm. His eyes focus on the ground where he stood. A man of principle, a bright mind and whole heart. I loved him like a son. His face contorts into a deep frown. It broke my heart when I saw him descend in such a way. You saw his plan? Not at first, but it did not take long for me to figure it out. I cannot say where his mind was, but I know his heart was placed exactly where I had taught him. Selflessly, he would give himself to any cause. Unfortunately, he proved my teachings terribly wrong. His pain. Earth did not possess the ability to interact with Gorm in any way. Oh yeah, no, okay, that makes, okay. I was asking about this. Why couldn't you speak with him? He could not see nor hear me. I could not stop this channeled magic to my clerics and my paladin no matter what. I cannot even destroy myself. For whatever reason, my soul here is muffled. I could not communicate with him or anyone else on the material plane. He's telling the truth. It's true. This guy has a legacy to uphold. Careful who you trust. He's your god. Of course you can trust him. Are they saying that he might be lying in this case? I don't... For whatever reason, my soul here is muffled. But why can he talk to us? This has planted my first seed of doubt about Earth, but let's keep going here. He wanted to resurrect you. That was his intent, yes. It's important to remember one simple fact. Nothing he did was evil. Everything he did for an ideal of good. Just like I taught him. He turns around and gestures towards the stairs, so you cannot see his tears. Look how it ended, his bones hitting the pavement so furiously. He's crying. Thought I knew everything at one point, as if I had somehow unlocked the truth of life itself. It was so simple. Your God turns back to you, his eyes tinged with red. Goodness alone will bring the world to evil. The words of an arcanist, I believe. He's quoting Prax. How conflicting. But Goran spoke the truth. Go on. He wipes a tear from his cheek. My legacy. Norvik is under siege. There is a conspiracy of priest riders. The magistrates are bought. The Asgulls are undermined. The Golden Horde seeks to occupy the clan lands within a decade or two. The Mender's cabal funnels riches to rebels in our lands. And my will, the plan I created to keep peace and to transition into a democratic government, was suppressed. It's easy to believe, considering what's going on in the city. Many folk do not think in that way. Many see it as just the coming of a new era. Your God gathers himself. This was all a calculated risk on my part. What do you mean? I knew this would happen, Ragan. Or rather, I saw the odds in strings. It was high, he says, like with a clenched fist. Something like a 4 and 5. The problem? The odds changed while I was dying. That does not happen very often. An esoteric event, most likely. Suddenly I saw the new probable outcome, this web of conspiracy. The old man shakes his head and looks very, very tired. The magistrates hiding my succession acted as the initial spark. The rest is your history. Okay, so he did want democracy to come to Norvik. That's good. Yeah, no, I already got the sense. Like, Lord Gorm's intent was good. The way the execution, the way he went about it, not so good. way not so good. So, what kind of esoteric event? I do not know. It might not matter. Perhaps it was a divine intervention. Perhaps some remnant spirit or prophecy. Something changed the odds of my choice. Sadly, I am not the one dealing with the consequences. So again, it's worth remembering, Earth is not like the god. It is, I guess maybe in a way, he's almost like more of a demigod, because there's still other forces, other gods, of course, and there's also Jor. Like, Jor could have maybe, fiddled with some strings and maybe like, oh no, let's make a conspiracy. Let's not do this. Why didn't you push for democracy earlier? The odds were against me. Forcing democracy at any earlier point had a very low success rate. Most outcomes would simply end up in oligarchy. Free striderism was growing in the East, and it would have sunk its claws into Norvik. The counterbalance to organized money is organized people. I was hoping to set you all on that path. The populace was not ready, despite my effort at decentralizing and pushing for pseudo-democratic guilds. The best chance was for democracy after my death, as my final will, until it wasn't. Did they actually target the Lord Patriarch? Yes, a Taurumian wizard was equipped with an Arcanist spell scroll, a very expensive endeavor. Poor Akason. He did not deserve such a fate. What else do you know? I could not see who or why. The magistrates keep whatever they plan under tight supervision. They all stuff lead into their walls. Their homes are impenetrable for me or any other scryer. Oh wow. So Earth, because the magistrates were protecting themselves from just regular scryers, but they also managed to, probably not intentionally, they blocked Earth from even seeing inside their homes. Well, Gorm's perspective is, however, most likely correct. They targeted Akasim to maintain their hold on power, to avoid the transference demanded by my will. He had, just prior to the attack, been very adamant about enacting it properly. Would it have worked, Lord Gorm's spell? I do not know. I do not believe he knew either. Yeah, I got that impression. I don't think he knew what he was doing. I think Everglad also kind of cajoled him into doing some stuff that, you know, pretending that this would work, but no, I don't know. How do you see the risks so clearly? I did not share that secret often during my days. Lord Gorm was one of the few I confided in with my struggle. A struggle. I need to drink some water here. I need to clear my throat a lot here. The one placed upon all us gods, he says, while making air quotes. We can see outcomes in strings. Not always, not clearly. Sometimes like a play in the mind. Sometimes an assured vision. But always there are odds, a choice, a chance, a risk. Is he talking about because every time we see a wisdom or any sort of ability check, we do see the odds when we mouse over the thing. Is that what he's talking about? When I worked at my father's shop, I would work on a shoe, see exactly how 9 times out of 10 I would ruin the leather. As I grew better, my skill improving, the odds would change. Soon I'd pick up a boot and see 2 in 5, then 1 in 4, then 1 in 10. Sometimes I'd still fail, but seldom. Over time, that simply turned into ever greater visions, along with greater power. That's a miraculous ability, or curse. It is not divine providence, it's just probabilities. That's why you left your homeland. Yes. When I took my people to sea, we had a 50-50 chance of survival. When I saw Ascani, those odds went up. Every step of the way, I made decisions aimed at increasing those odds. For you. This is everyone around the coast? That would be nice, wouldn't it? I realized with such power I could protect and serve more and more people. Yet at a certain point, it takes a moment. Where does my tribe begin? Who do I define as the other? I had to choose. My choice was the Earth folk and the exiled dwarves, a united creed, bound by this great city we built. The old man looks to a tear. Her blank expression does not change, yet her eyes no longer spin. We just focus on Earth. Is she mad because he chose the Earth folk and abandoned her? I focused on increasing the odds for that creed to ensure the security of Norvik and its ideals, no matter what. No matter what, huh? No matter what. For almost a century, that absolutionism has been the source of immense life and pain. Absolutionism? No. Fascism. Fascism, you mean? Maybe, he says, exasperated. Maybe. Just like Gorm. That comparison pains me, but I cannot deny it. It pains you. Snell takes a step forward. At least you had a choice. The old man keeps his eyes on the goblin and places his hands behind his back. Not with anger or sadness. Earth wants to hear him out. You're responsible for the genocide of my people. Yes. I'm gonna let Snell talk here. Yes? Just yes. Your god says nothing for a few seconds, then he nods. Every horrible thing you have heard, I did. He looks around the void. He clenches his jaw and clicks his tongue a few times. Then he holds up a finger. I have one question. I've thought about it for a while now. My whole life, really. I need to ask it. I want to hear it. The goblin hesitates, then starts. Why didn't you just kill us all? His words leave a silence across the water. What a question. The old man furrows his brow. No, really. Why leave us in this half-life? Because what? What is this? He says and pulls at his jacket. This. He slams his fists into his chest. We're not human. We're not dwarves. We're not goblins. Take away our language, traditions, our stories. You put us into these holes expecting us to form into something suitable. But what is that? What do you want? The outburst causes you to shiver. He is screaming at your god. The balls. If you can see every outcome or whatever, why the fuck did you pick this one? His words dripping in sarcasm and rage. Urf allows the goblin to end his speech, listening to his panting echo across the eternal waters. Then, without lowering his head or averting his gaze, he says, well, this is what? This is going to be a huge answer. What is he going to say? I was going to. I told myself every goblin on those red hills needed to die for the safety of man. That folkmord was necessary. That without clearing these lands entirely of these hostile natives, there would be nothing but... What's folkmord? A dwarven term meaning genocide. It was originally coined by Asgul himself, who used it to support the idea of folk rights. Folk rights. Rights inherent to all sentient beings regardless of folk type, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, or any other status. Originally spread by Asgul and is to date a hotly debated topic across the coast. There would be nothing but perpetual war. After establishing Norvik, when the trolls were scattered and the coast was ours, if I had left your people alone, I saw a guaranteed future filled with inevitable clashes between goblins and humans. Those clashes would lead to more animosity, more hatred, generation after generation seeking blood vengeance against an entire people. It was one of my clearest visions. Radical fanaticism, goblin armies funded by hordes of elven treasure, years of warfare in Verdun, trenches for miles, trenches. Then more factions joining in over time. It would risk another coast war, simply due to the fact that humans were never meant to live here. We were never meant to take these lands. Yet we did. I did. I made that choice because every other meant the death of my people. In exchange, I doomed yours. Snell stares at him, stone-faced. Okay, so we're fundamentally incompatible and you took our ancestral homeland. Great. He rubs his eyes and takes a step away. Composure. The goblin wants to do this properly. He's trying to calm himself. You can get a question in the meanwhile. I don't think you answered Snell's question. No, he didn't. Snell turns back around, glaring at your god. Why am I alive? Why did you spare those three tribes, Earth? Yes, he murmurs. The answer to that is simple. I gambled. Your god looks up at the stars. The Battle of Moor Grib, Western Verdun, in the 6th year of the campaign. The leader of the Cragthon is brought before me in chains. He demands a duel to the death. His name is Cran. To restore his strength for a fair fight, I invite him to eat with me. This goblin speaks Dwarven, Diminorian, and even some Elvish. Over dinner, he explains exactly to me how they were superior in every way, and that the only reason we won was due to our luck. We had a god. Theirs died long ago. Tokig the Gambler. Would have been fun to see those two clash. I agreed with him. Then we discussed my options. Cran told me I was wise for killing them all. If I did not, he said, they would eventually re-emerge and destroy mankind once I had faded like Tokig did. That each of his sons dreamt of spilling human blood. Snell's eyes narrow as Earth speaks. The tension is palpable here. So I asked him, what of his daughters? Did they dream of war and slaughter, revenge? Cran told me no. Then he laughed at me and wondered aloud what a boring and peaceful life that would be. I'd spent the night explaining my visions to him. He in turn told me stories about Tokig the Gambler. For hours we talked, exchanging ideas, and I proved well and enough how I knew it all. As the sun rose, I saw in that conversation something magical. The odds had changed. Not by much, not so significantly that it changed my belief, but enough for me to make another choice, a gamble. I gambled on a path where humans and goblins could live together in peace. His eyes are on the ground. We signed a treaty the next day. The forced assimilation of the 3 tribes was carried out. Cran served me well for 12 years, overseeing the migration to Norvik. This was the only plan of action I could see with a success rate above 50-50. Success. Is this really a success, though? Or success? I can't even say success. He scowls. A successful genocide, yeah? What's your definition of success here? The same as always. The least amount of death over time, as far as I could see. Okay, I'm going to point out a flaw. Yeah. I don't think the goal should not always just be the least amount of death, it's the least amount of suffering. I don't think Earth sees it that way. But not for my people alone, not this time. For both our people. He lets out a conflicted groan. Well, you shouldn't have come here in the first place then. Perhaps so. His eyes speak of sorrow. If the Arcanist had not cursed our homeland, we would not have gone west in the first place. There are no other paths in your visions? No, there are many. All of them ending in the near guaranteed destruction of my people. You ask me what you are, Snell. Let me tell you. He walks forward towards your goblin companion. You are something entirely new. The goblin's expression goes from angry to despondent as he stares at the dead god's approach. You can never be goblin. You can never be human. You're in this mess because of me and my evil actions. The old man throws up his hands into the air, reaching for the stars. So hate me. Curse me. Then go be a leader for your people. He lowers his arms and gives him a determined frown. They need you, Snell, for the new era and beyond. Make something that hasn't been seen before. Something new. Something better. Apprehensive and confused, the goblin turns away. I don't exactly have a choice here. There's always a choice, Herf says while locking eyes with you. Some paths are just riskier than others. The goblin clicks his tongue. He glances at the god and mutters, something new. You hear the anger and fear in his voice. A divine calling. To have a god tell you to push for leadership, a holy message. I don't think that's a proper... This is not Snell this is not Snell's god, and why would he doesn't have to listen to this guy. Tokid would likely tell you to take the gamble. If you ever meet him, be sure to ask. The old god laughs. The goblin looks on with a complicated expression on his face. Conflict dancing in the shadows of his mind. Rage and confusion. Well, think about it, Earth. A difficult exchange. The goblins should never forgive you. Good. There is a difference between acceptance and forgiveness. You may accept a man's weakness but see his place in the world. But if he makes a conscious decision to hurt you, if he places that intent into the world, that evil will forever mark him. And all you can do is accept that evil is part of him or push him away. Forgiveness is weakness. Acceptance is truth. Are you saying we should let go of the past? Oh no, not at all. Let the past sear your skin. Let it mark you forever. Use those markings to remember what you did, why you did it, and how you could do better. He smiles. Become a better man, always. What do you want from the goblins going forward? Me? He smiles. Luckily, I have no say in any of that. You really? He stops himself from speaking at first and then says, You really fucked up that assimilation. I know. If there's one thing I will apologize for, it is that. I'm sorry. I was always terrible at statecraft. Snell shows the same face he's shown you so many times since you met him in that underground garden. To be ruled by evil or incompetence. Sometimes a mixture of both, I'm afraid. For someone who could see the future, that's saying a lot. God laughs. Too many small decisions with such indecipherable small impacts upon the odds. At certain scales, no autocratic, even divinely inspired leader is able to keep up. We will see what string you two will walk on. But if it is of any comfort around this incompetent governance, I can assure you, Snell. He gives the goblin a meager glance. Lady Sageleaf is the one who truly changed the odds. Snell meets his eyes. I never expected it from someone like her. Alas, there are many things I did not see coming. If anything, your instincts are clearly a dowsing rod of their own. Now, he looks up at the floating angel behind her, a sea of stars. A tear. Earth. She grips her sword as if ready to pull it at any moment, her many eyes spinning faster. Voice cuts off, leaving silence in the void. Is she flustered? She cannot find the words. I do not want your service, Atir. I've told you this before. Voice is soft and full of heartbreak. Killing with kindness. A rejection? No. He wants better of her. An oath will not bind you to the earth. Nothing can. Nothing. She lifts her chin, her arms in a salutation, as if striking a pose in the air just for the sake of confidence. You've done so much for men, for me, but there is something far more. I am lost. The intense telepathic words echo in your minds. You see Earth almost jolt. His head held high to meet the floating porcelain specter before him. I am lost upon this world. No honorable power, no avatar of goodness, no greatness of the choir. These remnants are children, playing at running the coast, no different than arcanists, human and celestial alike. Even ancients have gone mad or faded. And you have showed me there was a better way, you fool. Your god shows nothing but empathy on his expression as she spits the insult into his mind. You absolute buffoon. You Cruci Mertil Niku. I don't know what that is. He smiles. I deserve that, I'll admit. I did not expect to fade so soon. I should have prepared more. But don't think for a second I haven't seen you. You dive into Earthguard work to fill the void in your heart. A deep sadness falls upon his face. My dear girl. He holds out his hands. What? You need to get involved in politics. Or what? You catch a glimpse of Snell, his expression sharing exactly your own disorientation at watching these two beings bicker. This nihilism, it's not what you need. You're an era-spanning warrior, a lady of Norvik, an angel beyond the grasp of the Horde. I'm truly sorry my pride and ego got the better of me, so that I did not accept my mortality until way too late. If I had, I would have told you this before I passed. Make a choice. His voice is carried across the eternal flats. Anything but this limbo, I beg of you. The angel floats closer, her eyes glaring at him. There is no good choice. Endless hesitation is the worst choice of them all, Etir, and you've selected it for years. Every morning, every night. She lands upon the ground, her feet hitting the esoteric ground. Sometimes all presented choices are bad. In those cases, you might as well pick the most ambitious road. Aim at the highest mountain and see where it takes you. Her many eyes slow down to a crawl, focusing on the god. Am I wrong, Etir? Etir now standing, you see the two of them are nearly of equal height. No, Earth. He lets out a sigh. You are, in your simple way, correct once again. I aim to end my contract with the city and Darrow post-election. Good. Good. He takes a deep breath and taps her on her shoulder blade. I know how stupid it is for a youngling like myself to say this, but I am proud of you, Etir. And I am sorry for my weakness. Know her. She gently places a hand on his shoulder as well. Your weakness is what made you special. I am happy to see you one last time. One last time? Etir lifts from the ground once more. She knows all too well how these things go. Earth looks upon you with eyes that remind you of your father. Aged wisdom, soaked in blood. I would like to have a few more words with you, Dragon, before you return. So, I thought this ending would be short, but I have made a mistake. I'm going to keep going since I'm pretty much committed to it here. It's streamed for 6 hours now. Ugh. Okay, but at least we can get this game over with. But I am glad that I brought these two along, though. They were certainly uncomfortable conversations to be had, but they're definitely necessary. I'm afraid we will never speak again, my son. Yes, this is all forced by his last will and divine might. So this conversation is truly simply an esoteric happenstance. Once time runs up, this will not align again. You spent your last strength on this? Yes. Last. This conversation, Ragan, he says, and places a warm hand upon your shoulder. The only time you will ever feel his warmth. The last time anyone ever will. It was worth everything. Look to Snell and back to him. Snell looks on, his arms crossed. Still conflicted, but with a now determined expression on his face. Thank you for allowing me to join you, cleric, her voice echoes in your mind. You have done well. I'm just a cleric. Yes. Some might even call you the cleric. Oh, where did that come from? Yes. He understands you. Someone finally does. Or a rogue, perhaps? Because we mentioned all of these. Okay. Oh, man. He's been listening. Although wizard might be more appropriate. A correct statement, given his theological nature. And you've certainly been mingling with the primal forces a lot. If you want to be a druid, you certainly have my blessing. Your god chuckles at you. What about barbarian? That could be a cool title, right? Oh, I would say any warrior in this wild band of ours could be called that. Though I'd suggest using your rage sparingly. Anger always stems from some sense of injustice, meaning, as a barbarian, it is important to keep your mind as sharp as your brawn, in order to understand where true justice lies in the world. Earth looks down. Suddenly you find the flame tongue in your hands. Take it. It served me well for many years. Gorm would have wanted you to have it. Despite everything, he was a good man. A good man. The words cause you unease. Alignment is as subjective as Jor, nothing but intent. Man will see it all burn before he accepts utilitarian evil into his heart. The world will burn by the intentions of good men. Your God listens to the words of care. Is that from a book? I'm sure I stole it from somewhere. He lets out a short laugh. Well, I can assure you that evil men do a fair bit of burning as well. So in the end, maybe we should aim for a world with less tinder and oil. He takes his hand off your shoulder and takes a breath. You can see it. He's doing the polite minor gestures that indicate the chat's coming to a close. He's about to send you home. Ask. This is your chance. One last time. Can you see my future? No. It might be written somewhere, but I cannot see it. The coming era is yours. He looks to Snell, then to a tear. I believe in you all. Interesting. Accept your God or reject your God. I mean, he's dying anyway, it sounds like, so I'm kind of tempted to just reject him. Or just say nothing. I'm just trying to think, should I play this as the cleric? Because again, he's been a believer of Earth, but then we are also an Asgalist. Yeah, no. I don't think he won't mind if we reject him, so I don't pray anymore. I know. It's good. I am but a channel for greater things at this point. You will carry skepticism in your heart in the face of gods and ideologues. That will serve you well, I believe. He scratches his beard. I will tell you one thing, though. Do you remember your prayer, Ragan? The one you always repeated to me at the end of hard days? You remember every prayer? Not from all. It's mostly noise, as you can imagine. Interesting. As a channel for a greater power, he must pick up on all of it. Yours, however, it was such a simple prayer. That's what stuck with me. Earth holds up a finger. One thing you asked of me all throughout your life. Is it true love? It never changed, not once. Oh no, yeah, that prayer was embarrassing. No wonder you stopped doing it. Your goblin companion follows this conversation intently, yet he says nothing. Right. That. He smiles. I do not promise things lightly, but I can promise you this, my son. There is a string to follow, one where your prayer is answered, I swear to you. Your father is proud of you, for the man you have become, for the man you will be. Gonna hold it in. He leans in and says softly, you're not alone. Then he takes a step back, his eyes shimmering in a faint glow. He looks down into the water. It is time. The election has begun. What? Right now? Right now. A funny timing, isn't it? Wait, now as in now? It's already... Shit, I've got so much work to do. Your god holds up a hand. No worries now, I believe Mishka has covered it all. She'll be glad to see you back there alive. Trust me. Oh, yeah, good. He is flustered. Darrow looks quite mad, however, he says to Atir. Good. I'm looking forward to it. Atir's going to say, I quit. Okay. What will happen to you? Oh, I'll get a good rest. That's what most of what I've done here for these 27 years. I'd wager the rest of my strange existence here will just be the same. Your god shrugs. But then again, who knows? Wish us luck. Fortune follows the meek. That is the man who carries a sword, but knows when to keep it sheathed. Oh, Meek was mentioned. Is it safe yet? Nope. Darn, Master, please go home. Stop talking with old bald man. Earth stares at the mouth on your scarf. You really pick up all kinds of friends, don't you? He touches his scalp with a laugh caught in his throat. Old bald man. How do we get home? Same tunnel you get your spells from. I'll just make it a little wider for you. We are ready. Your god holds out a hand. From it, a white drop falls. It hits the esoteric water below. Oh. Whoa. Goodbye, Newt. Hold on, one more thing. You need to ask, my lord, before we go. Yes, my son? His voice echoes through the blinding light. What should I vote in the election? You catch him by surprise with such a question. Through the light you see a smile appear upon his face. He laughs. Your god lets out a loud and boisterous laugh among the radiant power of his divinity. Wait, really? The Asgalists, they won't win, but every vote will help for the future. Is this... Hold on. Is this text... Is this fixed? Is he actually an Asgalist? Or is this based on what choices I made as a player? I'm really curious about that one. I'm just kind of wondering if this is like the game's way of just sort of nudging you in that direction. I don't know. If they're interjecting some political commentary here. Ah, that was nice. Oh, there we are. We're flat on the ground there. Just looking around and seeing all the people here. Well, there's the snail. Merchant mood over there. So I'm just looking at all griffins there. See the goblin there. There's the Asgalist over here. It's cool. The city roars around you. Blocking the streets, hundreds seek their designated polling place. And you lie on the central street of Tolstad, having successfully made it to election day. And over you... Shit. The first thing you see is Snell getting up from the pavement beside you. He looks pale and queasy. Why didn't you tell me this portaling business would come with nausea? Stay on the ground and groan. Snell joins you in your choir. You should be happy you two have survived, although I will grant you sympathy for your conditions. Looking to your other side, a tear rises from the ground once more. She looks undisturbed by the plane shifting. I should also mention, I am glad that you are alive, both of you. Thanks, Atir. Yeah, the goblin says, raising a hand. A thank you from me as well. The tear's many eyes look around. It appears we have not been too conspicuous in our arrival. We must have appeared without fanfare. Good. A bit anticlimactic, but convenient. Good way to describe it. She ascends and tells you both. Darrow is waiting. Come speak when the time has come. The angel floats away up the hill. Oh, I guess we still have to play the election and all that. On the election day. Things feel less tense with her gone. Snell stretches a bit, then takes a glance around the crowds. Old man was right. Election sure has started. So we lost, what, 8+ hours? Something like that? Maybe less? And we were in the void for about an hour, give or take, right? Esoteric travel is highly unstable. We're lucky it didn't drop us off in Carchemish. Lucky us, he mutters, and looks like he's about to throw up as well. I wonder what would happen if we stayed there longer, like a month. Would we come back years later? Nah, it'd probably just get all wacky and unpredictable and send us back 5 minutes after we leave. Just to fuck with us? You know it. The esoteric is what it is. The goblin takes in the sight of election day. He breathes the air, his shoulders drop. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong anymore. We live. Live to see another life. A relieved smile on his face. Finish the quest. Right, game plan. It's not that late in the day, so there's no rush in voting. They won't close the polls until 9 o'clock. First of all, we need to report this to Lady Sageleaf. Then I'm assuming you'll need to have a chat with Darrow too. Okay. I think... Okay, so I'm actually glad that I left tomorrow for... I'll probably stream, so we're not at the end of Esoteric Ebb quite yet. But we'll do this last part tomorrow and really finish the game off, I think. Is everyone here? Everyone. I mean, most of Tolstad. There's like a dozen different polling places set up around the city. This is just one of them. Where's Lady Sageleaf? In the garden, most likely. Though if my ears don't deceive me, Nearly's playing something on the field. We should go look. You should report to her first of all, in my humble opinion. Don't want to keep her waiting. Yeah, I need to talk to Darrow. Where do you think he is? No clue. Probably out here somewhere. Who else should I talk to? That's up to you, Cleric. And there's no stress. Once you've got the important stuff out of the way, you got all day. It's only 10:20ish. Oh, gods. I need to figure out what I'm voting. I think we know already. The goblin laughs. I heard what you asked him there at the end. Just follow your gut. I'm sure it'll work out. It's just one vote after all. Not the end of the world. Should I tell people that I met Earth? He shrugs. Honestly, I don't think anyone would believe you. Or at the very least, not take you too seriously. But you do you. Okay, so unfortunately, yeah, we couldn't finish these two quests, but... I guess the game ends. So we're just going to basically have a nice walk around, talk of all the NPCs, have a nice little ending. And then I guess the game ends when I cast my vote. That's interesting. But that is going to happen tomorrow. So I didn't realize I didn't know how long this would take, and again, I did spend like 2 or 3 hours trying to progress time and try to finish those last quests, but that didn't work out at all for us. But we did, though admittedly, we did come across a lot of little things that did help us in the end quest, like the tree and some other stuff. So yeah, I guess that's what it is. But yeah, so that's not the ending of Esoteric Ebb. The ending will be tomorrow. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Hopefully, it'll probably be a pretty short stream, I think. But we'll just, do our rounds. Hopefully, I assume my voice will still be here because I've been talking a lot. But I'll if it doesn't happen, I'll let people know. But yeah, tomorrow is the Esoteric Ebb. We're gonna finish the game finally, and then yeah, cool. All right. Thanks again so much for thanks so much for watching. If you want to follow me on Blue Sky or join me on Discord, that's the best way you can get notifications of when I'm going live. I'll probably be posting another schedule tomorrow for the rest of next week. But yeah, that's about it. So thanks again for watching, and I will see you next time.